We are. Soros, hold on. Let me check. All right, he's not shutting us down. That's right. Welcome, everyone, to this episode of our Skeptic Bible Study. Charlton Heston's death. Dun, dun.
Again.
Dun! Exactly. Well, you would have thought he'd be dead by now. You're like, aren't you past the Moses story? Oh, let me tell you, just like a Saw movie, it keeps going and going and going.
I mean, if you're going to invent a new character, you've got to give him a backstory. You might as well just run with the same character for a while. And you could that way you could just have him doing shit. You don't have to give him a history, a backstory. You don't have to write all this crap about where he came from.
James, you want to get an actor you know will deliver. You don't have to experiment. He's ticket tested. He brings in those eyeballs. Steven Seagal.
Nicolas Cage.
Yes. No, Charlton Heston. We are actually talking on our Skeptic Bible Study, Charlton Heston's death, where tonight Moses blesses the Israelites.
Ishmaelites.
And then climbs the mountain of Nebo, which I'm pretty sure is from Star Wars, but whatever. Where God shows him the promised land, where he is to die. Hashtag loving God. So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we join in open casket funeral of fun with the book of Deuteronomy Chapters 33 and 34. Oh my.
What's the last 4 digits?
I'm going to have to ask you to put in your last 4 digits, sir. That's right. Welcome, everyone out there. On the intertubes, I have no idea how they make it fit.
Ask your mother.
Oh, my. She'll always say, you're too big to put back. Da, 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 da. But please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, hello, Twitchosphere, and Twitter. That's right, nothing bad has ever happened on Twitter. So
and
glad
also, I'd
to be
like to
on there.
On the Jumbotrons down in hell.
Jumbotrons. That's right. I'm pretty sure we're played in loop 24/7 down there. It's hard to tell because there's no sun or moon, but yes. Woo! Because once you subscribe, you actually gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders to see our premieres. I was going over that GoPro footage. Then my GoPro
got good stuff.
Well, I think so. My GoPro died in the middle of getting it over there. They have like their own built-in app you have to use on your phone, but I think it's looking good. So about to be posted all of that fun, but you can also of street epistemology, but you can also join our live streams. Like, what is up, everyone? Woohoo! I see Scott Duke, glad to catch us. And what is up, everyone? God equals the square root of -1. Oh my, the likes up. They're all over. That's right, baby. What is up, Uncle Beck, who does fantastic content with student Dr. Ben. Woo! How are you all? Sending love to the handsome gentleman out there and completely deistic Kira, James Wolfe, completely still loving the new name, by the way. I always say trying to get to the deistic line, and if that really is the line, I'm not even sure. I would say, almost over. But then we have so many great people like Jack Burton and Skylar Fiction and all these people. So the DS do us so much good that I just have to send love out there, even though we have two agnostic atheists on here. Jason Jacoby, what is up?
Close enough.
I know, close. Well, if our founding fathers could get a lot of good shit done, besides the whole slavery part, but they did get a secular first document here, which I cannot praise enough of. Not praise I am that I am, but hi, just the regular secular type of praise. Say it ain't so. What is up, Dave Garr? Sending so much love. Woo woo. And that looks like everyone on the girl deck that we have with us tonight. But keep on sending love as you join us, and we'll send it back. But you can also send, ooh, what is up, Gizmo, our producer.
Say hi to your adoring fans, Gizmo.
We also will show your comment up on screen if you tag us at James W. and Amy Newman. And I had something else to say, but now I completely forgot because we need to show more cats and dogs on this podcast.
There you go. We're always a cat-friendly podcast.
That is right. But yes, we actually have, which I cannot believe. We are so lucky to have him sign for a 5 trillion year contract. If you don't know, he is behind stage. Please, Gilbert, can you explain what we're about to read?
Thanks, Gilbert.
Some of you may be new to this abomination of a study. These schmucks begin by reading each episode's chapters along with the annotations on the side for funsies. The hosts are a tiny bit special, so don't mind if they butcher or replace everybody's name with something completely horrible or stupid. However, the gibberish that spews forth from their face holes will still be an attempt at reading this book from cover to cover, which I'm sure has tons of wisdom or an insight on whether we can or cannot put things up our butt. If you have time to waste screaming internet memes at random strangers, then join the Discord. Or scream at them personally at your YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch streams. Finally, don't forget to support these idiots doing more lame shenanigans at Amy Newman's Patreon page. All right, schmucks, back to you.
Thanks, Gilbert.
Thank you so very much, Gilbert. That's right. You can find our Patreon page at patreon.com/Amy Newman, which helps us make even more fun content, as well as our channel members, who you will find in the description below. And we were just talking in our pre-production that I think we're going to be unlocking a new thing. We are going to be doing a quicker verbal shout out, but trying to also transfer, well, depending on tier, but also we're going to be unlocking a new tier, which is going to be people's names are going to be shown on screen. And the only way that you're going to be able to unlock that is by becoming a Patreon. However, there's also going to be, I think, more prop shout outs as well in there. We're going to figure out how to make it because there's fun and in the sun.
You have to balance everything out.
Exactly. So depending on all that, but we also want to give a shout out to all of our supporters because it is the fantastic viewers, subscribers, super chatters out there. It is all of our Patreons, channel members, and wonderful people like Oz from the Atheist Network Group. Boom, 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 boom,
Thanks,
boom,
Oz.
boom, boom. Thank you so very much, Oz. And we are also sending love to youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group because the queen of production, Jena, and the king, Oz, would like you to remind that we don't schism. We don't kind of fight each other. Also, sending love to hashtag Ian Davenport. Thank you so very much, Ian. Doom, 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 boom, 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 boom. Thank you so very much, Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
Reminding us that we don't have watches in our in the middle of our chest. They're actually naturally forming organs made of cells. They are not little random objects that we found on the beach. But James,
the codons,
do you
and
even understand how much the codons
and
the
genetic code, and how can you have a code without a code writer? Maybe.
And the answer, of course, ladies and gentlemen, is
design needs a designer.
A design needs a designer. Jello needs hot water. The answer, of course, is that our genetics has actually been here for 4.5 billion years. And then the past 100,000 years, maybe even the past, few thousand and then few hundred, depending on how you slice it, we then had artificial codes. And
design need a designer like Michael Kors, design the clothes and the purse. And if you find a Michael Kors purse on the beach, you would have to think a very gay man must have designed this because it's so exquisite.
So exquisite. Too good to be true, you could say. But sending love to codons. I mean, what? No. Ian. Sending love to Ian.
Thanks, Ian.
And sending love also to a grumpy old Cuss. Sending love to Grumpy. Sending love so much out there who reminds us that when we hear these creationist arguments, it kind of makes us go, what the are we listening to? I also noticed a bunch of flat earthers just, recently coming out and about and talking about their God. And, that
Daddy.
makes us just go, what the? Oh, wait, no, we want you to do that. Keep on doing that. Okay. Because we always get flack when we try and tie that together. However,
they hide that usually under several layers of other things. They try to
keep that in the closet.
Their ultimate motivation.
Indeed. They try and talk about science. In fact, a lot of them will get insulted when I try to bring up religion. However, somehow, James, all boats lead back to a special creator. Isn't that weird? It's weird.
Yeah, it ends
But sending love to a grumpy old Cuss, sending love to Diana Smith, who reminds us that the Bible doesn't really send that much love to women. 51% out of sex. I had a good conversation with Yudoff that I feel like it's going to make me either adjust slightly or... Because my shtick is really about nipples. Well, in the comments section, we were talking about, because one of my shticks is that women came first. If you're a good wife or a good husband, you are making her come. Wait, no. About which sex evolved first. And I have always tried to push that it is women that evolve first, because it seems to be that we originated from organisms that could clone themselves. Sex was not first. Now, before you think I'm getting too postmodern-y, it has nothing to do with that. Sex, after it originated in multicellular organisms, became highly popular and then dominated. And it became kind of a fantastic way to spread. There's reasons why sex became dominant, like the fact that the child will not have parasites and a whole bunch of other things that it would have in the original organism. I guess I would only adjust that they were maybe the first were hermaphroditic. I would still hard to classify. I still think that you can make a good argument that it was females, maybe hermaphroditic females.
Or would the term female even make sense without the male component to it?
That's what he was kind of saying.
Yeah.
It was just straight up in the center because it was making clones. I guess no matter which way you slice it, in between that, if you were to say women came first or a hermaphrodite came first, the cloning mechanism came first, and thus it would negate. It would still not be Adam and Eve. It would still not be the coming from a
rib thing.
A rib and a snake. It would not be Abcdeig. Yes. But sending love to...
Kenobi looked at the rattlesnake and says, "Oh, your rattle is ribbed."
Well, I mean, if you think women came from Applebee's, I just feel like you are not come to talk about biology. Like, I know they think...
When they're in their echo chamber, they all are saying that. It sounds like a cogent thing, but like when you go in there and they're like, "Oh, hey, like I got this. Let me talk to you. I got this." Amy, what is a woman? Oh, we got you now. And then you give your answer.
That seems to be like their new gotcha. And once
they're
again,
like, you're like, "Well, where did women come from exactly?" And then they're like, "Oh, the rib thing." Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I feel like if you think that you can get a plate of women after appetizers, we don't really have anything to talk about biology.
After a trip to Chili's, yeah.
You got your Yahweh back, Yahweh back, Yahweh back, Yahweh back rhythms. No, that's not how it works. But James, you think a man can become a woman? No. Go to a sociology class. Apparently, I need to go to an English class. But,
because biological women can be women and trans women can be women. They can both be women. Go figure. I mean, it's not that hard to.
And once again,
understand.
I know they think, and I mean the opposition position, and the opposition position, I mean the young Earth creationists, for whatever reason, think that all you do is bring up identity politics. It's like, no, it's actually exhausting. Normally, we can't get your mind off our genitals, which is, I mean, it sounds hot, you would think, but like, we have to be lectured from
having
the
younger
what's a
creationists
woman.
Worship your genitalia.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, specifically Gavin and Iron, they just sit down.
They're
here.
Devout, though.
Devout. They sit pantsless down here, doing what they can, worshiping what they can. Which, once again, is the consensual. That's the only type of slavery we really should be into.
The only appropriate form of
Only
worship.
appropriate type. But we're getting off. Sending so much love. Diana Smith, sending so much
Thanks,
love.
Diana.
Pat Lowinger, who we saw out there, the man with
He
a
is out
plan.
there.
The archaeologist who actually does what young Earth creationists are. I'm sorry. It's just young Earth creationists break out into something whenever people who actually do research are within their vicinity. And so sending love to Pat, sending love to Dale Pastel, who were just looking for a little bit of empirical research.
Just a smidge. Scintilla.
Scintilla. And also sending love to Dave Garr. Thank you so much, Dave Garr. Thank you so much, Dale Pastel. Dave Garr reminding us that the flat earthers kind of share a lot in common with the creationists in that they don't have a model either. It's also this just lay conspiracy thinking where it's you don't trust peer-reviewed evidence. You don't trust the process of the scientific method. You rely on James. You got to be a maverick. You got to have sunglasses that remind you to be an individual and only trust your own experience, your own data.
But why would they go through the trouble of making a model when the minute they put it out, all that's going to happen is people are going to start looking at it and pointing out where it doesn't work and what's wrong with it. And then they're just going to have to go defeated back to the drawing board and say, okay, that's not working. Well, if you don't have a model, then you're just asking questions. You're just pointing out errors with the current model. You don't have to have your own model to do that, right? I mean,
indeed. Oh, it's doing.
I'm not saying I have evidence the world is flat. I'm saying I have evidence that the globe theory is wrong.
Dun, dun, dun. And I'm also going to. My watch is doing a fun thing where it doesn't like to shut off. It likes to say.
You're modding tomorrow night, Amy? What's the debate? Is it Flurf? Glad to see everybody tonight. Get home safe, Pat. What's the debate tomorrow, Amy, that you're modding?
Let's take a look.
Flurf?
Oh.
No, we still heard it.
Tried to mute it and then.
Yeah, it's all right.
Looks like, is the Quran scientific?
Oh boy, let's get Khalil out there.
Mm-hmm. We need to have a pantsless debate.
You remember the time the Islamic apologist tried to debate R and Ra on that topic? It just got ripped to shreds.
We actually we're sending love to Cindy Lincoln, who actually came with us after that debate. It was a fantastic time. That was a good debate.
Going to be bringing her back
James and I are
soon.
Biased, but yeah, hoping to have her back on actually. Sending love also to Pat, who said that he is on his way home. Driving home from class. Woohoo! What is up, Lionel? What is up, everyone? What is up? What? The simple answer is just call trans woman, and woman.
Nah,
yeah,
we'll just keep doing what we're doing.
I call it the way I say it. I say there's biological and transgender. I know that there's like the big cis debate on the word CIS. The problem I have with cis is not that the etymology is not correct. It's the marketing. Is that the word cis, if like you were just selling things out of like a store, they would be like, They'd be like, it reminds people of pimples to me. I don't know. It's just not like you have a cyst. And so it would not be the word I would use. It is, I swear, it's all about marketing. And so biological just sounds better to me. And that is...
I mean, I think the term cis is, I think it's like it's unnecessarily redundant. Like, you don't need a special label for something that encompasses like 99% of a population. It's just like if you saw someone who has, I don't know, a certain feature that everybody has, you wouldn't come up with a special label for it.
Sure. I mean, it's the language, just like what it's the language game. I have issues with that. And I mean, the importance to me is just what we're talking about. Well, yeah. And so cis-hets think, Titan says cis-hets think cis is an insult because that's how they use trans. Sure. That's true too. So it's this weird back and forth. I always find, now once again, this is just my personal experience. We're not going to go down that route. But like when I'm dealing with someone who is racist, I never call them racist. Not because they're not racist, but because it just becomes this debate about what is racist
Semantics.
and what does the word mean. And it's like, well, I just, you see how you're pushing people into ovens right now? That's more the problem. Like, I have less the problem with us debating over the term and more like the ovens. Like, it's just the temperature and like the skin on fire and like, you know, the bones are melting now and everyone in there, it's like they're turning to each other and like the
Don't
language.
call me a racist. How dare you call me a racist?
I know. And but we're in like the oven and you turn to yourself and you're with like the language police and they're like, well, they use the correct language. And you're like, God damn it. And so it's like both sides of that. I just want everyone to be respectful. Ooh.
I don't know. I think I don't know if that's
the norm.
I don't really see that as
What?
a good analogy. But...
Which one? For the fire?
No, for like compared to like white or Caucasian.
Oh, in chat. Okay, not what I was just saying. What they're talking
I
about
love
in
Titan,
chat.
but yeah, I just
Gotcha.
I see what he means,
about?
but
I am not sure. I would have to catch up on that. I mean, I'll get super spicy. I call myself ex-white, and yet I will actually say that I have what I would call as white privilege. And so once again, it's my moderate weirdness. I think I've born with a lot of privileges. I think I was born with that, and I need to give back, and I think I need to. And oh man, we're going down so much. And so we'll talk about. I know. Sending love out there. I'll say if anyone wants to tag me and keep on talking about anything, we will keep on talking about it because we love the spice on here. Though for some people will say you're ex this. Does that mean you're now this? And it's like no. I am just human. Team human. In fact, not to go Jon Snow on everyone, but there is just the living or the dead, everybody. We're going to learn that eventually. Sending love out there. We are sending... Who are we up to? Scott Duke, he was in there.
Scott Duke, he's out there.
Reminding us that that other animals were not poofed into the universe for your existence.
They're not?
What? And it's so funny. They criticize evolution, which is not an atheist thing. They want it's like a proxy war. But like when you ask them how an animal was made, it's like they just spoke. God was just like bird. James, can you think of anything more scientific?
Well, I mean, God says, "Let there be light," and there was light. He didn't have to do anything; he just spoke it into existence. You know?
Do you know there's new episodes of Walking Dead? I just saw that in chat. Also, or there's about to be. I know they're on the last season. Sky said this was going to be shorter, and I can't help. Listen, interesting subjects, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Duke, Regos, we have a Skeptic Bible Study, which is right tonight. In fact, we are Skeptic Bible studying on Charlton Heston's death. Dun, dun, dun. And honestly, the longest recurring character we've had so far. I can't think of anyone like pound for pound, word for word, that has had our attention in the Bible more than Moses.
Not yet.
Like some people said, I mean, you could say, well, Noah was 600 years old, so technically he was one of the longest, but we didn't really see Noah.
But his entire life encompassed just a few chapters.
Exactly.
He was in and out.
Blink of an eye.
Yeah.
That's what he or she said. But also, speaking of which, oh my, sending love to the wonderful, fantastic, and fabulous Rachel Holland.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you so very much, Regos, and thank you so very much, Rachel, for reminding us that the Bible has a little bit of the non-kinky slavery. Like, it's a little bit less like, kind. Yeah, it's not fuzzy cuffs. That's all we're saying. So sending love also to Senator Cato, boom, 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 reminding us that the separation of church and state is what separates us from theocracy, because these really want their religion in control. But take my word for it, it's not going to be your religion. So sending love, Senator Cato, sending love, James Wolfe, reminding us that we howl at the Midnight Ranting, Skeptic and Rantings, and the late night podcasts, even on our Skeptic Bible Studies. This is like an early one where we're just about to be crawling into midnight soon.
Half hour to go.
So basically the beginning of dawn. So sending love, James Wolfe. We saw him out there. And sending love, last but certainly not least, to Abcdeig, reminding us that the creationists really don't have any idea how to create a model for a universe, but let alone a galaxy, a solar system, any of the larger astral bodies. Oh my goddess, half the flurfs will just tell you they're just like dots out there. Have you been there? Don't do that. We love you.
Were you there?
Were you there? Were you there, bro? No. Were you there when Jesus is resurrected from the dead?
Well, no, but we have 500 witnesses that attest to it.
Exactly. So many witnesses. What's up, Caterpillar?
One book that says 500 witnesses. So is that one or is that 500? I don't know.
Well, it really just counts as one because it's the Bible. It's the claim.
Bible.
But yeah, thank you to all of our supporters. Oh,
it's like when you ask them for evidence of Jesus even existing outside the Bible, and they've got like 3 or 4 things that they can point to.
Well,
overwhelming consensus.
I have went over different types of theological arguments for why Jesus resurrected today, and almost all of them rest on like articles either saying he was alive, so like the Josephus's that they try and quote later, or sources directly from the Bible, the gospel, that they will quote as from resurrecting from the dead. And so yes, we know the Bible says
probably a fraud anyway.
And yet, none of
Josephus
these
is
prove
saying
that he resurrected.
he actually rose from the dead, but yet Josephus remained a Jew his entire life. He never converted to Christianity, as far as I know. So if he's saying the guy rose from the dead, but he's not endorsing that religion, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit strange.
If you're saying he died and he rose from the dead, that would kind of have to be some type of miraculous event.
They really don't seem to understand the 72 hours of decomposition, which is the craziest thing to me. Like, rotting for 3 days. Kind of a big deal.
For them, God created the whole universe, so for him, 72 hours of decomposition is not really a major issue for them. They're just, he can poof the universe out of nothing. Then
when you say that,
undo 3 days of decomposition.
Well, sure. If God exists and he is the omni, the tri-omnis, the able to get pizza in under 30 minutes or less, then sure, he can do whatever. But
he's like all
we need evidence for that.
I think all good, but definitely all powerful.
All
omnipresent.
Can he interact in the physical world? Well, about that all powerful.
Well, you see, yes, he used to do it all the time. He used to do it on a daily basis.
He's not the God he once was. He doesn't lift anymore.
He just doesn't do that anymore because he just decided one day he's not going to do that anymore. So now you need faith. See, thousands of years ago, they didn't need faith so much because they had direct evidence. They had God coming down, talking to people, killing people, doing shit. But he just decided he's not going to do that anymore. So we just have to have faith.
James, you just got to have faith right in your heart. But with that, we are about to break into our Skeptic Bible Study. And if this is your first time on our Skeptic Bible Study, you may be asking yourself, what version are they about to read? Why, that's a fantastic question, which brings us to our categories. You said that too. What's up, pasta?
Brings us to pasta.
Which brings us to pasta and his noodly appendages.
Before we begin, I'm going to start by going over the specific Bible we'll be reading, along with some helpful category marks. Categories, you say? Why, yes I do. You see, we're going to be reading from the Skeptic's Annotated Bible, an entire King James Bible lovingly fawned over by a skeptic who decided he would add his own notations. These are little flagpoles of sanity put in use to remind us that, hey, maybe slavery is evil, including categories like absurdity, injustice, and cruelty, but also a good amount of intolerance, contradictions, and conflicts with science or history. That doesn't mean it's not packed full of misogyny, false prophecy, and some questionable biblical family values. Now, we won't skip the good parts that the Bible has, only that these passages seem far fewer in number than any priest or pastor seems to suggest. So without further ado, won't you come join the Skeptic crew?
Well, here's what's on the menu. The final 2 chapters of Deuteronomy tonight. We've been in Deuteronomy for a long, long time. And, okay, Amy? Cough it out.
Ha, ha, ha. Woo-hoo.
We've been in Deuteronomy for a long, long time. And we are going to put the nail in Deuteronomy's coffin tonight.
That is right. In fact, in the previous episode, Israeli Idol, Moses finished his speech with the Israelites so that he may learn a song straight from God. We concluded,
God was freestyling, basically.
we concluded with a drunken rendition of the said song from the prophet himself. That's right, he broke down, he freestyled. He then
Just imagine Simon Cowell like ripping God's song apart and then just instantly being
you're terrible.
incinerated.
You're terrible. Get
Yeah.
out of here. Yes, but he
Like,
broke
this
dance,
song
which
is
I couldn't do.
Terrible, horrible song. Who wrote this shit?
That's right, because we sat down in the judge's seat for the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 31 and 32. However, in this episode, Charlton Heston's death. Whew, it's been a while. It's like you survived
Well,
4 of the Saw movies just to die in the 5th. But, you know,
speaking of Judges, the next book
Indeed.
is Joshua. Then we get to the book of Judges. So we'll be in Judges before you know it.
But we tonight are watching Moses bless the Israelites. And then...
Bless you. Go in peace.
Oh, thank you. He's also then climbing the mountains of Nebo, which I assume is somewhere in Zelda, where God shows him the promised
Natalie
land.
Portman.
Exactly. Great Thor. Where he promised he said he would go to the promised land. He promised the promised land. Where he is to die. Whew. Loving God. But with that, won't you join James W. and myself as we join the open casket funeral of fun with the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 33 and 34.
He was
Is
a
your
good
body
hamster.
ready? Oh my. Listen, the better question is, what didn't I? Na, na, na.
Which reminds me of the Westboro Baptist Church when they used to protest with like end homosexuality, save the gerbils.
Listen, whatever is between
Think
you
of the
and
gerbils,
Lemmy
Amy.
Winks, I feel like is fair game. Lemmy, he's so brave, so noble. But yes, with that, we are kicking it off, freestyling into the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 33. And it's the last, like James was saying, the last 2. And then we are done, Deuteronomy. As apparently we're also done with Charlton Heston. We're done with, but look, all good things must come to an end, ladies and gentlemen. But with that, our categories of Moses' blessing goes in tight, like James said. We start off with just a little bit of fun, because when you read the Bible, we all think about laughter. We all think about how basically just falling off the seat. Oh, James, I couldn't wait to go to Hebrew school. That's definitely a sentence I said. And then
So much fun, right?
So much fun. It's like I could be playing Super Mario RPG Legends of the Seven Stars, or I could be reading fiction.
Listening to a rabbi pontificate about the Torah.
Oh my, no, this guy's making sense. I can see, definitely, making sense. And then we have this category right here, which of course, you remember that the Bible is filled with hugs, cuddles, and then
Hugs, not drugs.
they also have a little bit of violence. Here's Yahweh. That's how you know he's a good guy.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on Yahweh is Right, because he literally is always right. And if you disagree, he'll kill you. So nobody disagrees with him because everybody is dead.
Indeed. But there's also everyone knows the fantastic family values that the Bible likes to preach about. So I am looking forward
absolutely.
to finding those Judeo-Christian family values nestled in between.
Just like we remember back in the book of Exodus, literally almost the first thing as the Israelites were leaving Egypt, one of the first things that Yahweh had to do was set up rules because slavery, that sucked in Egypt, but God had to set up rules for how to sell your children into slavery. I mean, you got
you do.
I mean, we've all had these kitchen table budgetary family discussions, and when things get tight, you got to tighten your belt, and then you got to start looking around your kids and thinking, okay, how much can we get for Sally? What is she worth on the open market? To make ends meet.
You gotta do what you gotta do, James. You gotta feed the family.
Instead of feeding her, we could sell her and make money off of it, and that seems to be the best option according to Yahweh.
James, did you know that God is within us? I like to think He is, but only
if He's
on
omnipresent,
Tuesdays.
then He would have to be in your urethra.
That's true.
In Moonlight's litter box, in the sewer, in the dumpster. He is everywhere.
My. He is everywhere.
In Gavin's rectal cavity.
No, I don't think he's in there. That's me. What were we talking about? We were continuing the categories. In fact, the last one, I think, is this one right here, which is science. We all know how much the Bible is basically a science. Yahweh, Satan trying to take us down. No. It was my IQ test. We know that the Bible is basically a science textbook. Word for word, basically. You know Pretty that much. Because we, smeared blood over this. What are they called? Not technically the ceiling, but we smeared blood at our doorways. Well, at altars, at our doorways and doorposts to make sure that our firstborn sons did not die. Basically, science.
As we've heard recently on this channel, so many people are just amazed at how much science is in the Bible. Now, when you point out to them that the whole passage in Genesis about putting the sticks up where the goats drink water, so that if the goats have sex in front of the sticks, then their offspring will have striped patterns, which is what the book of Genesis said.
You remember that in chemistry class, don't you?
I mean, there's so much science in the Bible. The Bible was so ahead of its time that, just imagine. Look, the Bible says there's a lot of stars, Amy. There's a fuck ton of stars. Did you know that? I don't know how they could have ever. How would they have ever figured that out? That there's like a ton of stars. Huh.
James, I don't feel like we would have ever realized that unless we had a holy.
We had to have a deity to tell you, hey guys, look up there. There's a fuck ton of stars out there, all up in this dome. Yeah. Praise Yahweh.
Praise Yahweh. But oh my, they're Jesus. But James, I think there may actually be a contradiction in the Bible. We didn't even notice that. And I don't think any other Christian does either.
What did Raptor Jesus have to say about that?
Raptor Jesus, I think, was not impressed. Definitely.
Yeah. Send your complaints to him.
Why did Jesus cross the road? Close, because he was nailed to a chicken. Oh my.
He was on both sides of the road before he crossed it. He was the road. He was in the road, on the road. He was the chicken. He fucked the chicken. Yeah.
My favorite is just if you're eating dinosaur chicken nuggets, then you are eating dinosaurs. shaped like dinosaurs that have the ancestors of dinosaurs.
For $5, I'll call Yahweh a chicken fucker. License and registration, chicken fucker.
James, you could have went anywhere with that. I like that, though. I mean, I will do an entirely different range of things for $5, but we might not be able to say that while we're on. Speaking of which, I need to turn on monetization.
The amazing Super Troopers movie from 2001. Cult classic.
Amazing. However, we are, with that, going into it, we are talking Moses' blessing. We are reading the book of Deuteronomy. In fact, we are finishing
worshiping
it up. And that is
a Baphomet worshiper.
I was told not only am I a Baphomet worshiper, I was told I am the original Baphomet. It kind of went back and forth whether I am either worshiping Bahamut or I am Bahamut. I really feel like I would do pretty good if I just had the original job. I feel like I would do good as the Antichrist. I feel like I would do well as Satan. Those positions may already be filled.
Prophet.
Yeah, false. Well, yeah, I would be open to being a false prophet. Whatever comes with healthcare, I would be open to do. I want to know what their long-term goals are, if they like work, if the job works individually and with people. But yeah.
Well, they're big on rapidly accelerating global warming.
Well, and it's just that I never wanted to work with the old world order. I was always big on trying to work with the new world order. The old world order was just, I don't know how to say this, old. And so there was just something new about the new world order that just won me over. But I mean, what else could you say? Where I think it speaks for itself. What?
Absolutely.
All right. Soros says he's going to allow us to continue. And in fact, we can start the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33.
Chapter 33. Moshe's blessing.
Bacon wrap strip. Can I tell you something? There is a store here, a burger place called Five Guys. And no, it's not about five guys getting on their knees. That's a late night podcast we do on the show. But they sell hot dogs wrapped in bacon, and they are kosher hot dogs wrapped in bacon. And
really?
I just like to think, yes. Now, I don't think that it's a marketing point because their whole thing is burgers, but I can't help it. Hebrew National Hot Dogs. I don't know if
wrapped
it was
in bacon
because I was raised in it. I was also I was just walking around the supermarket when we were buying hot dogs, and I kept calling them Jew dogs. Stop calling them Jew dogs. But they're so good. Wrap them in bacon.
We had some iteration of that for these bagel sticks they used to have at the school cafeteria in high school.
Oh, really? What was that?
I forget, Yud sticks that they used to call them, something like that. I don't know.
It's better than being a festival than born here. Eat. Well, that is why they used to not do it. Because of parasites and stuff. But we have since invented fire. Fire good.
I mean, there were so many problems with food back then, in terms of cleanliness and contamination, that it's amazing anybody survived the time period, really.
And there's also the other fact they didn't. Is that they lived until their mid-30s, and
that's true.
And then croaked.
If you lived to be 40, that was getting up there back in the day. 40, their 40 was like our 90. You're on mute still?
I am, because before we start the chapter, I just
typing,
have
yeah.
to. I can't help myself because it just reminded me. Of like the episode of of Rick and Morty where they're talking. She is wearing. I'm gonna show the least amount, so the least amount of TOS. But they're just floating in space, and the sister who doesn't normally float with them is wearing a toothpick, and they're making fun of her for.
Yeah, there's no sound.
There was no sound?
No.
Oh, I made it very quiet. It was so loud. Okay, well, the point was that did you hear the youngest generation and all that jokes?
No, it was picking up the sound from your mic, but not from the video. You could barely hear it.
Put me in the butthole. Okay, it's very quiet.
I told you that mid.
Did you?
Can we listen to something else? Wait, he's just about
now
to.
It's on.
How about that? All right. I have to pick what sound anyway. So that's the context. This is what I want to show you right about here.
Oh, it's
They're trying to hit her with the face huggers, but it's not working because she's wearing the toothpick. That's right. Take 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Use her body to harm.
You don't have to listen to me.
All right. That was my main point.
Good point.
Woohoo!
Praise
We're
God.
going forward. Just it's funny how we look at our greatest generation. I forget the original point that sending love out there. We're going into Moses' blessing. We are talking the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33. And with that, we are going to bring it in to the last chapters of Moses, the last chapters of the book of Deuteronomy. Dun, dun, dun. Mr. Pickles. Look, Rick, look, Morty, I turned myself into a... Look, Morty, I turned myself into a pickle. Had to adjust there, because that was like a switch voices there. And we are starting. Let's also get Moses' blessing, but let's also get God up here. Oh no! Where did I put their noodly appendage? Aha! It was enlarged weapons, which, let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I would put Yahweh in enlarged weapons too.
Put Yahweh in a straitjacket.
Indeed. So with that, we got our pasta flavored God ready for Moses' blessings. What is up, Doc Fearsome? Woo-hoo. And we are going into it. And this specifically is the blessing. Order now, and you'll get 2 blessings for the price of 1. Wherewith Charlton Heston, the man of steel, and also goddess, blessed the children of the corn of Israel before his death. Ooh. And he said, the Lord Barbaretta, this nice young lady here, came from Mount Sinai.
The hospital.
Yes. And rise up, and sear that steak. James, have you ever had to just like cook a nice steak? Look really buff and just cook
Rebel
a steak?
Nazarene did, yeah.
And sear onto him. He shined forth from Mount what's the place with the sandwiches? We're
Something.
gonna just say that too. No, Panera bread. I was or Parmesan, either one. Maybe you want Parmesan on your Panera bread. And he came, oh my, with the force of 10,000 saints. Woo! From specifically his right hand went fiery of the law before him.
Oh, he's shooting fireballs out of his hand again.
What we say, if you hadn't gone in forever, if you've been eating a lot of protein, I get it. Just let it out. But yeah, he loved the people. You knew it. All the saints and all the sinners. What's up, the raging atheist? All you sinners and saints are in thy hand. Which hand? Well, if you sit on the other one, it can be a surprise. And they sat down at thy feet. Got it in my hand. And if you're in defeat, everyone shall receive of thy words. These words, when I'm freestyling. Moses, our main man, Charlton Heston, commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob's ladder, which was a little bit painful, but it's worth it, and she says it feels good, so... and he was king in Jesus Run. Oh my, I love that series. On this episode of Jesus Run, when the heads of the people, of the tribes of Israel were gathered together, they had their caps turned together. And they're like, oh.
They did?
Yo, I know that we're here in Jesus Dale, but I just don't think that I can Jesus run anymore. What? Anyway, when the heads of the people of the tribes, totally, check it, it's on CW. When the tribes of Israel were gathered together, they were all gathered together. Well, let the Dave Rubens live. He's just doing a YouTube channel. What harm could he do? And not die, unlike... and let his men be few. It's definitely not raining. Can't hear it raining at all. No, just as few men. I would normally have a lot of men, but Dave Rubin requested just a few. And this is the blessing of Judah. Shmuda. Yes. And he said, hear me, oh Lord. Whew. This is the way I like it. Oh, so I have to sneeze.
Get it out, Amy. One more.
One more. Oh, gosh. Got it out, though. But the voice of Hey Jude.
Macarena? Oh.
Macarena. That, too. Bring him onto his people and onto a sinister porpoise. Oh, and a Skywatcher. What is up, Skywatcher? What is up, Sinister Porpoise? What is up, A. Doubting Thomas?
Hey, guys. It's good to see y'all.
Tire Skeptic crew. Pew, pew. I'm going to smote your ass.
Naked out there. Good to see you, Megan.
It is true. What is up, Megan? It's true. Jazundan. And people and help to him from his enemies, because God kind of has a lot of those. But that's okay. He has size 7 of Levi's jeans, which is kind of working that butt. She said, let thy Uma Thurman and thy other version of Uma Thurman be with thy Holy One. Oh, like the Matrix? Whom thou didst. Oh my, you didst? Don't do the mist. Prove at...
You did it.
Oh my. Oh, it's going to be in the news later. Prove at the Benashevitz mass of wine. Massa? I still stand by that it was going to be Jar Jar, Darth Jar Jar. It's the only thing that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. And with whom thou didst... Stop. Maybe you could cut that. Cut out the didst. Strived at the waters of Meribah. Yo, brah. Meribah.
Meribah?
Yeah. Meribah, yeah. Who said unto his mother and to his father, I have not seen her. She kind of left at 7 and didn't report back. And yeah. Once again, it's how the Saw movie begins. Neither did he acknowledge her brethren, nor knew her
He
own
didn't even
children.
acknowledge her brethren? I mean, that's pretty messed up.
What a bee. For they observed thy word and kept thy covenant, but only for 1 or 2 Halos. And then they got sold to Sony. Oh, snap. What were we reading?
A lot of bullshit.
A lot of bullshit. This is the blessing that Moses gave to the Israelites before he had happy fun time. Just kidding. Before he died. God came. That's what it says, ladies and gentlemen. With tens of thousands of saints. A fiery law came out of his right hand. He's not left-handed. We're learning so much. God loved the people. His saints are in your hand. Oh, when the saints...
I got my piece in my hand.
When the saints coming out of God's right hand. But
You
yes.
got your what in your hand, Amy?
Gee, I thought I had something, but apparently I have something very fiery. But
Gavin's got it in his hand. Okay.
Oh, you would think, but that's actually not only that, but he trades it off every once in a while for us now. His saints. We're having a epistemological debate, by the way. Please get your mind out of the gutter where that's James and our job. His saints are in your hand, and they sat down at your feet. Oh, my. Moses gave us a law and the inheritance of Jacob. Did you now? The tribes of Israel were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, because that's my job, if you've noticed right here. Don't let him have few men. Once again, I guess that's his job. Hear the voice of Judah. Let his hands be sufficient for him. I guess your hands are sufficient. You know, I'm into other stuff, so you can make it work.
It's sufficient.
It's sufficient. You can use your mouth. Or I get, once again, I'm sure you can make things interesting. Give your Thummim. What are we doing are we in a Marvel movie looking for a MacGuffin? Give your Thummim and Urim to your Holy One, Levi. The holy value of the Thummim and Urim were shown at Mesa and Meribah. Total sense. James,
Makes a lot
plain
of sense.
English. With that, we're going to keep on jumping in.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Balls deep.
On the girl deck. Who said unto his mother and my father, I have not seen him, neither did she acknowledge her brethren. Not at all. You don't even talk to your mother anymore. You don't call me. You don't send any letters. Do you even acknowledge me when you go up to your little fancy things? That's okay. Who birthed you? Nor knew her own children, for they observed thy word and kept thy covenant. Okay, we went. Halo. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho. Okay. Bless the Lord. Oh wait, no, I almost skipped an altar. Ooh. They shall teach Jacob's ladder after you put an alcohol and mended your wounds. thy judgments, especially if you're a level 60 paladin, and Israel,
Shmishmel.
thy law. Dun, dun, dun. They shall put incense, lavender. It can be roses. Do I have to pick out everything? Look,
Yes.
it's pumpkin. It's October. Jesus. Before thee and whole burnt. Once again, James, this is how you know that none of this is cult-like. Like, if anyone ever tells you that, like, Jewish or Christian practices are cult-like, you can tell them, I don't know what you're talking about. We just burn things and sacrifice them upon altars. All good scientists do.
I mean, all the other cultures were doing it. I mean, we might as well do it, right?
Exactly. Listen, everyone else had slaves, so like it's probably objectively good. Yeah, they get really relative for how much they shit on relative. I'm even halfway myself, but for how much they shit on it, they get really relative. I always joke they get very postmodernist whenever you ask them what gender their god is. They're like, well, did you know that gender actually could... Do we need to have a gender at all? It's like, okay. Anyway, sending love to Beamsy, who got a founder badge. That's right, baby. 1 month subscriber. Holy moly, sending love. That's right. The Twitchosphere grows. I'm excited. I've seen a lot of cool things happen on different non-believer streams who have had their Twitches grow. I've even had people like say to me on Twitch to YouTube that I have said hello to me. I got to figure out how that works. So right now I can just pass on letters as if we are like passing pen pals. But keep on tagging us like Flum is saying, if you skip any, the Lord Almighty God shall surely smite thee. It's true. If you skip a single passage,
don't smite me.
I feel like if you don't burn something at an altar, then God may come for you. And also that gets to the whole, I can just hear the fundamentalist Christian in the background saying, but James, don't you understand? Of course it doesn't. Oh my God, killing an animal for your sins? Barbaric. Truly old-fashioned. You know what we need to do? We need to do is find 9-inch nails. A band? No. What we need to do is just get a rabbi that was just like a super nice guy, like the best guy ever, and murder him in cold blood. I feel like if we do that, then it makes sense. That's basically science, right?
I mean, then God can forgive people for the sin of the woman who is intentionally built without a moral compass, doing something immoral, which she was intentionally designed not to be aware of. But anyway, then because of that, God had to. He didn't want to do it, but he was forced to send billions of people to hell.
James, he didn't want to, but he was forced by himself.
Because he is a just God, and
totally
he told that woman, he said, look, don't eat the fruit. And she ate the fruit. So therefore, billions of people, hundreds, thousands of years later, will be punished for that. And that's just. It's good. It's holy. It's righteous.
But you don't understand. Look how good this fruit looks. I mean, all the knowledge of good and evil, and I just eat it for fiber.
Yeah, them Honey Crisp apples.
I know. they're advertising the wrong things. But we are continuing to move forward as God continues to burn things at an altar, science. But it's okay. It smells like, once again, cinnamon. Bless the Lord, Bob. Her substance, I always love Jordan Peterson's word. The metaphysical substrate. Substrate is just another word, really, for a medium. And so it's really sneaking things in there. The metaphysical substrate. I'm sorry. The metaphysical thing that things are.
Yeah, the
medium.
Muslim metaphysician. There you go.
Sure. Well, I'd love to have
Jake the Snake.
Love to have more Dawa and apologists on. Do. You know, we need to host. You know, it would be fun hosting something like that on a theist channel. That's what we need to find out. Get our. I've been trying to figure out. I met someone who was an agnostic who wanted to host his own. I said I would produce him if he wanted to. Just like I would also, I'm sending more shouts out if you want to either have your own show or your own channel. Gizmo and I are trying to find more skeptics and non-believers that we can support. I would say that is a common shout out. I feel like I could be talk on this person for both Pieter and myself, because our goal is actually just to create more awesome non-believer. Speaking of awesome non-believer content, the Randolph Richardson also says, "What is up?"
Fin fans? Oh no, Randolph.
The Godfather of
He's got
atheism.
his other account.
Woo-hoo! And I have been enjoying these streams, stepping into the lion's den, so to speak. Every one of them has been fun. Now it is like a whole bunch of cats. We are all of us on there, I think, have very unique approaches to handling theists. However, we all have, in that same way, different methodologies to kind of break apart theist arguments, though maybe there's a good theist argument out there. I will say, this is like
we'll find one day.
I know. Well, this is just a general shout out. I said this before I was even on there, but like it's still a problem even to this day, is that I will say a good 30 to 40% of them will still, even after they're screened, they'll come on there and be like, "This isn't fair. Man, you have a thing like this anyway. You don't want to be convinced." Oh, is that right?
We're just there to whine and pout. Like, we get that sometimes. People like,
yes,
what are you
well,
doing
exactly.
This?
Why do you even do this show? Have you ever seen a Christian channel? Yeah.
Try to promote
Christian formats or Muslim formats, or it's not like they're on the radio or TV or internet or all over.
Well, you know, the thing is a lot of the time they can't engage with the arguments. They can't refute what we're saying. They just don't like that we're saying it. We're saying the things, a lot of them, that they know are true, but they don't have a good answer for it. So they just rather we not say it so they can get back to their willful delusion. They enjoy their delusion, and they don't want us pointing out that it's not real.
The conclusion of delusion. I can't help myself. I'm just learning. Remember, James, if it rhymes, it has to be true. We would never. Sending pot shots. Oh. Beamsy says, "I was always worried about the people who go to church, as they were always looking for a man." Oh my. Let me tell you, I like to think that when you have a personal relationship with Jesus, it's more than just a little bit personal, if you get what I mean.
Oh, it
is with me and Yahweh. Like, Rachel and I, we have like a thing where he just teaches us the downward dog, and it's just all downhill from there, if you get what I'm talking about.
Oh, we get it.
Oh my. Randolph wasn't kidding. He's like, where is my picture? And there we go. He's like, welcome, Randolph. With an OLF, if you would like to look that up on YouTube. But we are gonna. Oh, and we have a comment also. Like the last open mic, have you ever been to Antarctica? And as I had, he changed it. I know the ad hoc just starts to, were you there the whole time?
Did you see all of Antarctica at the same time?
Well, were you fighting for the NASA zombies while you were there?
Well, I mean, actually, it's a complete misnomer because you can't go to Antarctica. The military will not allow you to have access to it because they want to keep the flat Earth a secret. So, yeah. You
get shot down in the face.
Yeah.
First of all, they're Nerf pellets, so you don't actually die. But they do it until you complain a ridiculous amount and turn around. Ow, 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 ow. You know what? This is even more annoying somehow than paintball. I'm turning around. Yes. Yeah. I'm sure that's exactly how it works.
Or
that is what I love about all conspiracy theories, is like they rest on like maniacal geniuses who are complete idiots. Like, these people control the world. They are basically having us all in an Orwellian future where they are able to control everything. But man, do they up on basically every level of it. Like, their CGI department somehow has been failing. They have had war, all these wars and terrible things. My parents, who are supposedly space lizards, and then I still have college debt. That's what I'm most pissed about. If they are going to be Ashkenazi lizards, I feel like, and we're going to spread the global homo, I feel like I shouldn't have college debt. Yes, we're going to finish up this chapter. Praise global homo.
We're pounding away at it, Amy.
Pounding away. And we're still talking about the Bible study, right? Right? That's right. Okay, I heard. Right. Last we heard. Skeptics, we're in Deuteronomy Chapter 33. We're actually going to be wrapping up on the book. We are going to be putting this on the shelf. We're going to be wrapping up Deuteronomy. It feels good.
Got through the whole Pentateuch, the whole Torah, done. Took us a year and a half to do it. We're 5 out of 66, though. That leaves only 61 books to go.
Only 61 books to go. It feels good to be going at such a fast pace.
And that book of Psalms, that's going to kill us. Psalm 119 itself might take 3 or 4 shows just to get through it. It's like the longest chapter in the Bible.
Is it? How many passages? Now I'm interested.
Oh, it's at some Christian schools, they used to use it as a punishment, making you write it out. Psalm 119, like 5
times. That is so funny.
It would take like an hour and a half to do it once because it is so damn long.
I just like the entire cultural phenomenon of that. Wait, how long did you say it was?
I'd have to check.
Oh, yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. Because there has to be, the guy who wrote it had to have been like, man, I'm just so happy I'm finally getting it done. And then years and years and years later, some nun somewhere sitting there with a ruler going, I'm going to make you write it. I'm going to make you copy it. Ooh, that's right. Happy hump day. What is up, Stilette?
176 verses. So to put that into context, this chapter is how many verses?
This is in the 20s, I think. Can't be in longer than 30s.
So
Whew.
this one
we normally
is,
do about 60, I would say, average.
This one is, what did I say? One.
Good night, what? And thank you for
176.
watching. Thank you for joining us. 170. Oh my
176.
Lord.
So
that is like a camping adventure.
That's like
in itself.
Six chapters in and of itself.
Whew.
And leaving lewd and lascivious messages for God.
James, paid by the word, right?
Exactly.
But we are saying hello to everybody as we continue to go down Deuteronomy. Yeah, it's amazing that this was written thousands of years ago. It's just weird because, like, in some level, like, I'm just appreciative that, like, these actually were the smartest people out there. Like, the fact that they could read and write was a mind blower. Most people were trying to just survive, put food on the table.
I mean, I think they were also able to dress themselves without help.
Well, no. So that is the other thing. But at the same light, like, so much of this, like, we do not need thousands of years later for anything but historical and astrological records for understanding what they thought of as the time. And so it is both those things, both understanding that we probably stand on the shoulders of giants, even theological giants, and that we should not be following Iron Age goat herders.
What was the quote I saw from a Christian channel? They're always posting like quotes from it was a theologian pastor named Charles Spurgeon in the 1800s, and he said the holier a man becomes, the more grief he gets over the unholiness left in him.
I can feel it. There's something like that. I could know. Not only can I feel the wisdom, I could feel the unholiness or the holiness somewhere. Something has a hole in it.
Ask your mother.
Ask your mother. But yes, bless the Lord, the metaphysical substrate, and accept the work of his hands and reach arounds. Smite through the Lion's Gate and all of the Hollywood movies of them that rise against them and that hate him, that they rise not again unless it's early in the morning. Listen, you got testosterone running through your veins and you just once again need those hands to do something. And of the Breaking Benjamins, he said, the beloved of the Lord Bob shall dwell in the safety by her, and the Lord shall cover her all day long, and she shall dwell between her shoulders.
Fuck yes, she will.
Yes. And of Joe DiMaggio, she said, blessed of the Lord, this lady, be his land cards, at least if you're playing Magic the Gathering.
Bless her.
Bless her. Fantastic card game. For the precious things of all dogs go to heaven, and for the dew of the dew. Yes. Charlie, do you have that golden ticket? For the deep, the Cucheth? I think that's definitely what it says. Beneath. You found her Cucheth beneath. Hey, I'm bisexual. Oh, there was a comment I wanted to show, and I forgot to show it.
When?
It was something by Titan. Because I always joke that my goal is to make everyone in the room just a tiny bit more bisexual. You don't have to be, but you know.
You're still gonna try.
I'm just emitting a field of bisexuality. I can't even help. It just kind of And you may ask yourself, which gender am I trying to make more bisexual? Yes. All right, we're moving forward. Joe DiMaggio is blessing the Lord. Be his land cards through heaven. We do the dew. It has caffeine to keep us awake. And you're hopefully touching her coocheth. At least she's getting off. You better get her off before you do. At least if you want her to keep that ring on that finger. And for the precious fruits. Me? No. Fist fruits. Whatever you're into. It could just be a finger. Work yourself up to a fist. Either way, it feels better. It's not me just saying that.
Next thing you know, you got a watermelon up there.
I'm a hard case, 100% straight. Randolph. Oh, as I hit myself in the teeth.
She's still gonna try, Randolph.
I'm just getting exactly. One.
Like,
I'm just teasing you in the pickle medickle. I completely understand. In fact, I have never seen. In fact, actually, there's a gentleman there's a few gentlemen that I may think of that actually have positive masculinity in their straightness. In fact, I know you are 100% straight because of how well you defend LGBTQ people. Because there is just a whole at James. I get it all the time.
Do you?
Like that well, they'll say like, Amy, you bring up the projecting talking point because you're a Janny. The only reason that you bring it up, you would never bring it up. In fact, it's actually because you hate God. That's the only reason why you bring up projection. But James, please, as an identifying straight white male, like, have 9 out of 9 dentists that have come on here who have hated the LGBTQ, like, have admitted to like looking better in a skirt and sucking a way better D?
It seems to be a trend. It comes up quite often, you know.
I don't know why. It's never us that, like, again, you may have heard us gently roasting the fundies as we talk about LGBTQ subjects, but it almost is always because of how triggered the fundies are by these subjects. Because if you care about a man marrying another man, or a woman marrying another woman, or what clothing that an adult, male or female, is wearing, then that problem is more you than anyone else. Like, yeah. Do. In fact, Randolph,
sucking Amy's girl deck gets you offended, then
my.
I mean, if that
more
triggers
of a
you,
problem.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Randolph Smez and randomly Gavin. I know, I feel bad. Randolph's had and can. I fully support people being whatever sexual orientation they are happy to be, and also whatever sexual orientation they want to be. That LGBTQ love flag, to me, this is a matter of basic respect and so much hearts, and I could not have said it better myself, Randolph.
I mean, Randolph, he does it. You see him, he does the Kaaba, he puts homosexual gay pride decorations on it. He's just trying to spruce things up a little bit.
Well, I know some straight people feel that they can sometimes be on edge about some of these subjects. They don't want to step on toes, but I just am actually thankful for all of the allies that I have found, most of which have come from the skeptic community. It just seems when you drop these fundamentalist, once again, I'm taking
These
my
silly,
English classes.
stupid,
When you drop
religious
these fundamentalist
superstitions.
English fundamentalist English classes, when you drop these fundamentalist religious classes, you drop all of the baggage that seem to come with.
That's one thing that seems to go.
Beansy, can I tell you, and I'm not even going to show it, but I completely agree with you, and I hope whoever this person is just, like, finds love. Like, I don't know what it is. It's never us that bring up, like, I guess we're bringing up the subject right now, but it's always because it's a reaction, I would almost say, to their reaction. We're being reactionary to their reaction because, for generally speaking,
Like the
we have
situation
most
of
of
the
our LGBTQ
situation.
rights. The only thing I would like to do better about, as far as LGBTQ wise, is education, but that's not done legislatively. Though there are, don't say gay, but those fucking other things and other things. Whenever you hear, "Oh my God, please help the women and children," once again, we should be protecting women and children. That is not what I'm trying to say, but that's how the dog
LGBT
whistle.
women and children too.
Yeah, well, it ends up being everybody. Like they always say common sense legislation, but it's I would, you know, my two shtick. It's just sense legislation. If you of any gender or sexual orientation spy on someone else in the bathroom, you're going to jail. I have literally no sympathy for you. No one is going to have sympathy for you. It doesn't matter if you are straight, bi, or gay. It doesn't matter if you are biological or trans. You're going to jail.
And that does happen. People get charged with voyeurism. It
Sure.
does happen. And the appropriate thing to do is to call the police, and they will solve the problem. Yeah.
It has existed before LGBTQ people have gotten rights. It will continue to exist. I'll actually make the case it really doesn't make anything more, I was going to say more easy, but then once again, getting back to my English skills, it doesn't make anything easier.
Can you imagine saying we have an entire group of people we need to subjugate and we need to discriminate against them, because if we don't, then you'll have people taking naughty photos of other people in the bathrooms.
Well, it always goes, we have to discriminate against a group in the name of other group. And they almost use that whatever other group as just, I mean, their word is virtue. It's not their word, but the thing they love to say is virtue signaling. Like, this is the thing I get in arguments with the person who, like, has been doing the death threats and doing all the things and other harmful, hateful things against me, is that, like, all they talk about is LGBTQ stuff. All they talk about is children, and it kills me on the inside because I know. Yes. Well, I would almost consider she's almost a TERF, but she's not really because she's religious. But you're right. Her identity, but it is extremely similar. But what kills me on the inside too is like
the first thing they wake up in the morning, they're thinking about trannies. It's like the only thing they really care about.
They could wake up every day. They could either find a husband and get married, or they could adopt, or they could raise children, and they could sit there every single day giving a good household to 1, 2, multiple children. They could actually do the family values, what they give so much signaling toward. But what they end up doing is the Westboro Baptist Church shit, where they just end up being a greasy wheel of hate. And so, Well,
it's like the person who threatened to kill you to prevent you from adopting children.
Yes. Well, and that is exactly kind of the.
I'm
person
not going to
talking
let you
about.
do it. I will do whatever
Uh,
it takes to stop you. And you're like, what? You'll make triggered posts online? I mean, what exactly are you going to do?
Well,
yeah.
I mean, and I don't want to overdo it because once again, these are the type of people that also make either bombs or what's it called for.
Yeah.
So, we are fighting this like spiritual warfare of people who really, really want to do us harm and put us back into theocracy. But I actually am sending love to all these people that I feel are stuck in cults. I really do feel like they're stuck in a cult mentality. We need to get them out of it. We need to keep on going down. We're going to finish up reading this wisdom that we get from Deuteronomy Chapter 33.
We'll check it with Kent at the cult compound later.
Exactly. And he is... Again, there's a fine line between a charismatic preacher and a cult leader. Very thin line. So we had Joe DiMaggio.
And a guy wearing leather chaps and a Speedo.
Oh, my. I just like to think he tucks Matt Powell in bed.
Similar to Jesse Lee Peterson and James Hake.
Oh, I know. Oh, my Lord. I like to think they role play together. And of Joe DiMaggio, he said, be blessed. Have as many blessings as you can fit in your mouth of the Lord. Be of this land. Oh, we talked about Kuchif. Okay. Just making sure. In fact, what have we been reading? I remember.
Let me change your diaper again.
Daddy
Jesse, you just changed it 5 minutes ago. I know. I just love changing your diaper, son.
Give your Thummim and to your Holy One, Levi. The value of Thummim and were shown at Massa and Meribah. Totally makes sense. The Levites didn't acknowledge their mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, or even their own children, but they did what God told them to do so. May God bless the Levites and smite through the lions and anyone who opposes them.
Bless them so much.
So strong. God will cover Benjamin all day long, and he will live between God's shoulders. Joseph will have the precious things produced by the moon. Let blessings come on his head and on the top of his head. Oh, my.
Oh. He didn't go to church, but he got blessed.
He got blessed. Bless me all over. In fact... And for the precious fish fruits brought forth by the sun and the sailor moon, and for the precious things put forth by the sailor moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, I am Sailor Yahweh, and for the precious thing of earth, and fullness thereof, and for the good will of
total
her.
Fullness.
Total fullness. Do you feel him? She has such thick, big
thunder thighs.
Thunder thigh, yes. Dwelt in the bush. Let the blessing come upon the head of Joe DiMaggio and upon the top of the head of him. And that was separated from her brethren. Oh, my. Woohoo. See, I'm sending love completely deistic. I would actually I push back on the Quran because I think the Quran is also silly.
Extremely.
But sending love. He always talks about well, I mean, it's the Kalam that got him there, though he always gets angry when the atheists seem to talk about the Kalam now. You don't understand. It's more than that. Though it does.
When you ask him to defend it. Yeah, ask him to come up with a
makes no sense.
coherent defense of the Kalam. We'll see how that works out for him.
Yes,
How that gets you to Muhammad and.
Well, I always just bring up ants. Woohoo! Send in love, completely deistic. I love and respect your opinion. In fact,
Peace and respect. Like Richard Manson, who marketed
boom!
it.
Now you are a moderator on an atheist stream and a Muslim stream.
Is what?
Is what in the butt? No, that's me. More my thing.
Get her done.
Get her done. Though, if you would like to be a mod on this stream, it's generally a volunteer system. We have only demodded a single person, but they know who they are.
Officially.
We still love them officially. However, we're always looking for mods, especially on Twitch. So send love on there. In fact, I'm going to send the Twitchosphere link into the YouTubes.
Titan gives our mods a lot of guidance because he's like a professional moderator.
I would say Titan. Oh my God, I'm supposed to re-talk to MathPig as well.
But I guess if he tells us that they're not
Beamsy is like,
heeding his guidance,
master of both worlds.
If he recommends them being demodded, I guess we probably would, but
yes, it would.
That hasn't happened yet.
Generally, when people volunteer to help us out, we just want more people in the skeptic and ranting community. So we are open-minded, atheist, theist, what have you. But we're almost at the end of this chapter, so we're moving on to the end.
Keep pounding away, Amy.
That's right, baby. I will say it's my last thing. Oh, sending so much love. Completely deistic for $10 is saying, thank you so very much for making me a mod. Amy sending out 100% love. Boom, 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 boom. Sending that love right back at you. We are glad to have you on the team, completely deistic. Woohoo! And it's your love and support that makes this channel even possible.
Thanks so much, completely deistic. That was very kind. Yes.
We're also looking forward to figuring out what kind of content you guys are looking forward to more. Like I said, the street epistemology. I know it sounds like I've been talking about it forever, but is on the way. We also are having a news show soon because I cannot help myself, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I may just do it. I've had it for like a year to where it has my name on it. I need to figure out how to get James's name on it somehow. But I just want us to actually make jokes.
Have a news show?
I want us to do an SNL style type of show where we are just reading jokes and then Gizmo has possibly made Photoshop images behind us. And so I want to just keep on making more content. So thank you so very much.
Praise I am that I am with Jesse Lee Peterson wearing Speedos.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Really, if I have to say it, I want to do the Norm Macdonald model. He coined the term fake news. He is the original SNL, or one of the original SNL anchors. He used it because he was giving out what he considered the funny version of news. And so I would like to give that with a religious twist.
Everything's better with religion.
As we can see.
Religion
so sending love.
And
better. We're going to keep on going down as we are moving on to his glory. Precious. Are we on My Precious? We
Glory
read
hole.
Precious. Getting lost in so much wisdom. His glory hole is like the firstlings, which I think is the people that survived after you kill
Titan's
everybody
glory
else.
hole.
Yo, my. Yeah, tighten your sphincter. Of his Sandra Bullock, who we have an entire field of Sandra Bullocks, and his horn.
I mean, we have to ritually kill them, but I mean, we do have them, I guess.
Yes, but you mate them so that you never run out. Or like the horn. Oh my Jesus. Are they really talking about unicorns? And we're not even roasting them. They are literally talking about unicorns.
You know, what atheists and evolutionists, they're always saying that animals die and they turn into fossils. But where are the unicorn fossils? I mean,
there.
It says right there were unicorns, but where are the unicorn fossils? If fossils were real, we would have examples of unicorn fossils.
How many colors of blue are there? It's actually a lot of fun. Like, it was hard starting it, popping my cherry, because it's so weird talking to strangers, even
Especially
me,
about religion.
the Queen of Gab. Exactly.
It's a sensitive topic for a lot of people.
But the ACA's Socratic questioning of what do you believe and why has served us well. It has served that, and I think it served that questioning well. Corn, unicorns.
I thought you were going to sing Kumbaya.
Kumbaya, my lord.
With Peter's soundboard, it's with Darth.
That's right, baby. Darth has been hanging out in basically the sludge of an app. I would like to go on there, but he's like the only theist
on
an app. It is called, oh my goddess, Grinder. No. It is called Clubhouse. He has been reduced to that. Though I've seen a lot of great content.
Not on Discord anymore?
He seems to have been kicked from many a Discord, and so his home base doesn't seem to be there anymore. Though sending love to Danny from Phil Talk, who actually has done a lot of great content on there. Makes me want to do some.
Send love to Darth. No.
That's right. What is Saltama? Islam is the religion of peace because they can't take a joke. That's right. That's why I always like to say Islam is the religion of pieces. You mind if I take a slice here?
Like after the bomb goes off, you'll be in pieces.
Exactly. However,
sending fly that plane into that building.
But they're like, oh, do you think the majority of Muslims are terrorists and blah? No, we think the majority of Muslims are good people and la 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 la. That's not our point. Listen, I want to continue getting fantastic New York fried chicken. So no. However, it's also funny that they spend a lot of time arguing a lot of kind of deistic arguments on their streams. In fact, they'll even call the people who, the fundies, they'll call them Quranists, which I think is also funny.
What is the alternative to a Quran? You're a Quranist or what is a Dawa?
Well, a Dawaist. They will say that it's the difference between trying to get people over from a cosmological argument like Kalam and do you know what the Prophet Muhammad said in the future? Let me tell you, he predicted in prophecy.
Way of getting there.
Exactly.
They get to buy into the
couldn't agree more.
Philosophy, not just the Quran.
His glory, his horns, his unicorns. It all makes sense if you think about it. All right, we're
Yeah,
pushing.
it really
things
doesn't,
in.
but just keep telling yourself
Yeah.
it makes sense. And
Really doesn't.
Eventually, you'll believe it.
Exactly. Pushed together to the ends of the earth like kind of a buddy. What's it called in Hollywood? A buddy flick, buddy comedy. And they are the tens of thousands of Ephraimamidams, and they are the thousands of Manischewitz wines. Oh, good. Okay, cool.
Where else can you get a bottle of wine for $3? I mean, come on.
Listen, if it comes in a box, does that not make it get the job done any less? No, it doesn't, ladies and gentlemen. And Zebulaba Ding Dong, well, he said, rejoice, Zebulaba Ding Dong, in thy going out. And Iskar, once again, the default that you name a variable in any programming language, in thy tents. You raising a tent?
Yes.
Is it something in your pocket, or
it's a teepee?
Or is it just me? They shall call the people unto the mountain. Oh my, climb the mountain.
Space mountain? Splash
Space mountain. A splashy space mountain, actually. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, because it's only good if you kill righteous people, for they shall suck. What are they going to do?
It has to be a lamb without blemish, Amy. Not even a mark.
James, if you blemish that sacrifice, I will have it up to here with you.
And, like, don't tell anybody, but I heard there was a guy in the temple.
Yahweh has a guy.
You know, we have Jesse Lee Peterson out in front to check the genitals of all the guys who enter, because Yahweh does not allow people with deformed genitals into his temple. And Jesse Lee Peterson he is checking them thoroughly, let me tell you.
But it's okay, James. We just have a man doing that job. We don't have a disgusting woman.
I mean, you got to put it in your mouth to make sure there's nothing wrong with it. You know,
and that's
for a
something
few minutes.
A man would do. Amazing. Yes, but we got.
If a woman does that, she's trying to be a man.
Exactly. Listen, I feel like
she
if
put
you
a man in her mouth, she's trying to be a man.
If you try to get, once again, from the halls of 9 out of 9 dentists, both the female orgasm is gay, and that all porn is gay.
Is it gay? It's all gay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just the gay porn that you've been watching, but whatever.
No, all porn is gay.
No. All porn is gay. Are you sure when you're having sex with a man? No. All sex is gay. Gotcha.
When you're pounding a guy's backside.
Sense, actually.
Yeah, having sex with a woman is actually gayer than a man having sex with a man. It's gayer to do it with a woman.
Night, Megan. We hope we're tucking everyone into bed. Or we hope if you're having a sandwich at work, having a good time, we hope that you're
getting blown by Jesse Peterson.
Exactly.
If your name is James Hake, and you're getting a diaper change from Daddy Papa Jesse, then
listen. And we're not going to kink shame whatever you're into.
No.
We just hope that you
James
come
Hake
out
and
of the
Jesse
closet.
Peterson do in their bedroom is up to them. I don't want to know anything about it, but it's up to them.
Okay, we're seated on a Game of Thrones. Okay, and he provided the first part for himself. he was like, I'm going to eat this half, and the other half is for you. Because there is a portion of the lawgiver that has your name on it. Oh, my. Which he seated and came. What? With the heads, it doesn't get much better, of the people. Oh, wow. Okay, it just gets really bad. Okay,
It's
okay,
like
okay.
ultimated Christian saying, right now I feel God with his hand on my head, and you're like, which one? He's like, what, both?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Both heads? Yeah.
But yes, why? So she could execute the justice of the Lord Bob and her judgments with Israel.
Mishmael.
The fact that it makes me laugh, like I'm sitting here and it. And
it's deadpan. I have to deadpan it just right.
Oh my God. I don't know if I could read this Arabic name. You know, I hate it. I always feel bad because it makes me feel stupid when I try to pronounce these. Dana.
Danny.
Yes, all right. And of Dan. Maya. He said, Dan is a lion's whelp. Totally. He shall leap from
it's what?
A banshee, a really loud banshee. Really loud. What's up, James Orts? Israel Schmishmael, a Banshee, and of Napoleon, he said, "Oh, Napoleon."
Dynamite?
Yes, oh, Napoleon Dynamite, satisfied with flavor and favor, and full with the blessing of the Lord Bob, if you know what I mean, possessest thou west side and the south side. And of the Ash Ketchum, he said, let the Ash Ketchum be blessed. With children, well, only if they are able to catch them all. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. Total science. Back to the science. Thy shoes... Which I always think, randomly, it is an insult in Arabic culture, Arabian culture, to lift your shoe and throw it at someone. Be Iron Man and Brass Man, who is slightly less weak than Iron Man. And as thy days, so shall thy strength be level 30. All right, our Pokemon are in order.
Still stuck on 29.
Still stuck on 29. Can't. It's hard. Listen, you got to hit all those gyms. There is none like Nunya business. There is none like Cher. She is fantastic. Like onto the God of Jesus Run. Jesus Run out. Jesus Run here. Jesus Run there. Jesus Run out. Of a pair.
Go, Jesus.
Yes,
Gadget.
go, Jesus. Who rideth upon the heaven. You know, Jesus is going through his phase. He has a leather jacket on. He's oh, there goes Jesus. We get it, Jesus. We can hear you. I was crucified. Yeah, and you have a small penis.
Don't. You are a size queen, but don't shame Jesus like that. Well,
Listen,
actually, he probably gets turned on by it. So.
All right.
He gets turned on when
maybe he's just into Harley Davidsons at a random time. time. There is none of your business. Okay, did we? Okay, we did. None of your business. The eternal God, not the uneternal God. The eternal God for thy refuge, and underneath our everlasting love and arms. What? And he shall thrust hard and deep out in the enemy from before thee, and shall say, destroy them. Okay, that got less hot as we move forward. Israel then shall dwell in safety alone. You'll have like a shell, just like a turtle. The fountain of Jacob's ladder shall be upon a land of corn and wine. So, Cheesecake Factory. Also, his heavens shall drop down upon the dew. Happy art thou. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy Israel. Who is like unto thee, O people, saved by the Lord, Bob, the shield of thy help. Oh, people. You're so silly, oh, people. I also got a Penelope who's definitely a people. And who is the sword? Yes, she's... Well, I can't. She's tucking her head out. She wants to say hi. Penelope.
Hi, Penelope. At least she's not jumping on the keyboard.
No, and so I figured it out. That won't happen again. I actually have a sound thing on there. All she did was she turned the sound down on the thing. For whatever reason, that doesn't turn the sound down on the actual system. And so I will know that in the future, because I thought it was kid-proof. Like, I wasn't on OBS. I was like,
it's not cat-proof.
But now it is kid-proof, hopefully, even if she jumps. She's about to jump off there. I wouldn't say this is kid-proof, baby girl. There's all this stuff.
You can't cat-proof anything.
No, you really can't. They're so smart, though. I realized someone who told me, I forget who, but no one who's curious is dumb. And let me tell you, cats are very curious. How about this? You want to make a deal? You want to watch cat TV? Yeah. It's the most American thing I've done today, except for, like, I now understand why American children are fat. Because, like, you just have a dog and you don't want to... you want to eat, but you feel bad. And so you're like, I'm just going to give this dog a treat. I'm going to close the door. But you end up giving this dog a treat every time that you're closing the door.
Yeah.
It's like putting them in front of the TV. See? Look at that. TV works. Now I understand why kids are fat. Because it works, ladies and gentlemen. You sit them in front of a TV and put food. And you're basically like, look, Jesus Christ, my job's done. How much more do you want? Oh, sending love.
Just stay right where you're at. Keep watching the TV. We'll get pizza.
Are they alive? Do they have a pulse? I fed you. I have done everything that I am legally supposed to do. But TV, let me tell you, it doesn't. I guess it depends on what you watch, too, the information that you're absorbing. Though even the history, like the things like the History Channel, like tonight on the History Channel, ancient aliens, did they probe the founding fathers? You're like, okay, whatever. Where are we? We're about to finish up Deuteronomy Chapter 33.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Focus, Newman.
F-U-C-U-S. James, does Amy have ADD?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh,
I believe that.
I just love that I just love that he keeps on doing those moments like that. And I guess if you do have them, they're not. It's hard to make.
If you're trying to be that condescending that and then you end up spelling a word wrong that every third grader should know how to spell. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing what you say.
Indeed, but that's just because we can't F-U-C-U-S. You gotta focus. Right. So, eternal God, refugee destroyed. Hashtag loving God. All right.
Refugee, hashtag Tom Petty.
Israel
Shmishmail.
then shall dwell in a safe space alone.
Oh,
the
Boca?
fountain of Jacob's land. Exactly. Oh, we did read corn and wine. I remember this. Dad, do the do. Happy art thou, Israel. Israel.
Shmishmail.
Who is like unto thee? Oh, pudding pops. No more pudding pops. I'm sorry. You're behind. Actually, he's not even behind you. Always terrible when it's one of your own, like a comedian. Though comedians also end up taking them down a lot too. So thank you, Hannibal. People saved by the Lord Bob.
Oh, save me, Bob.
Also, one of the earliest Harvey Weinstein jokes out there came out way before he so tragically slipped on a banana peel. Happy art thou, Israel. I have a birthday card for you. Who is like unto thee, oh people?
There's a $5 check in there.
Yes. Oh my God. Finding everything. Everything. And James, just nowadays, just fine. Here you go. There's something for everything. Here you go. Okay, and we're happy now. It says so right there. The shield of Captain America will help. And who is the sword? Well, that is Iron Man, talked about in the earlier chapter from Civil War. Hi, Penelope. Are you joining us for our Bible study? Can I convince you to say hi one more time and then sit over here? You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. But yes, the shield, the sword of thy excellency.
Where's Moonlight? Does he hang out? Where's he hang out when you're
Moonlight has actually been getting quite more adventurous. So it took a while, like gravity, for Penelope and Moonlight to kind of roll each other. But now that Moonlight understands that this is a female-run household, he's always been quite a gentleman. He's actually a very good kitty. I don't know if it's because he had his balls cut, but they're starting to get better and better. So that's always been enjoyable. Watching them sniff, and hopefully one day they'll be cuddling each other. But I love my fur babies. I love Penelope and Moonlight and Cooper. He's a good boy. And who was it? Was it Spooky or it was like who? I don't see. No, not that. Spooky was like, I don't see a dog. With the moose behind you, I can see. But did you see he came back?
Smokey?
Yeah, no, I did.
Where is he?
He was on a stream from his parole office. I'm just teasing. Who knows where he was from? But he was talking either on the Cool Kids Club stream, which I'll let
what
them
account is he using now? What's it called?
I don't know, but it was under the Smokey icon. Like, everyone was like shocked that it was actually him. But he definitely came back for a conversation. He came back long enough for the theists to start fighting over him again.
Our theists.
Gotta love the theist.
They
Throwing
deserve
that
it.
around their neck.
They deserve Smokey and Khalil. They
That's
earned
right. Listen, I used to fight for some of those people, and now I feel a little bit less inclined.
Hey, if they want to wallow in their own shit for a while, let them do it.
Exactly.
What are you gonna do?
But what have we been reading?
A whole bunch of bullshit.
What is up, crazy-eyed me? Question for anyone to use religion as a sword and shield, depending on biblical context. It says that should be used both, but from what I've seen, people like to use it as a weapon. Couldn't agree more. We tend to be kind of the counter example in this because we're a skeptic Bible study. We aren't religious. However, we do read. We are knee deep in the King James Version. And so, yeah. But welcome aboard. And we're just going to finish up before we move on to the next chapter. And in fact, I'm just going to read the annotations before we roll into the next one. I think it was 13, but I'm still going to read 12. Just like God will cover Benjamin all day long. He will live between God's shoulders. Joseph will have precious things produced by the moon. Let blessings come on his head and on top of his head. Joseph's horns are like the horns of unicorns. Zebulon will rejoice when going out. Issachar will rejoice
Zebulon,
in
he's
his
pretty
tent.
cool.
He's pretty cool. Exactly. Even better is lead version of it. They will suck in the abundance of the seas, as you do, and of treasures hidden in the sands. It's a Minecraft game now. Whereas whoever enlarges Gad will be blessed. I'm definitely going to win that one. God lives like a lion and tears the arms with the crown of the head. I mean, depending on which head you mean, I still feel like I can win this one. Dan is a lion cub.
Oh, you got it in the bag.
I got it, exactly. Nefertia, I think, is the main matriarch from Avatar, will possess the west and the south. Asher will have children. Let him dip his foot in oil. Totally makes sense. His shoes will be in iron and brass. No one is like the god of Jeshurun who rides through the sky. God will thrust out your enemy and will say, destroy them. The fountain of Jacob will be corn and wine. His heavens will drop down like dew. Israel's enemies are a liar and will walk on their high places.
How high?
Oh my. I like to think so. I have, because of how I was born, I have one of the bones in my skull is open. You can't even see when I do this, but so Rachel calls me her special unicorn. What is up, Pat? Welcome home. We just got through some wisdom. However, I would like to say, as of this moment, Charlton Heston, a.k.a. Moses, is alive. All right?
Not for
right
much
now,
longer.
I know. But right at this very second. But yes, as James said, this is the precipice. I can't even say it. But we are about to roll into Deuteronomy chapter 34. I'm about to be right back. One more second. But Deuteronomy chapter 34 is short. So we'll then be moving into the open mic. But James, I mean, what do you think of all the wisdom that we have been experiencing?
It's just so profound. I mean, it's really hard to put into words how meaningful all this is to all of us. I know that we often sit and reflect on the fact that we have a book from a deity, the creator of the universe, and It's just so powerful, so filled with wisdom and knowledge beyond human comprehension that we just really sit back in awe of its wonder. We wonder how anybody could doubt it. But yeah, how everybody doing tonight, guys? Well, the next chapter is considerably shorter, so we should be able to blow right through that in not too much time at all. If you guys didn't know, Amy's modding a debate tomorrow on Modern Day Debate. It's a Quran debate, so we will probably be off definitely tomorrow. We may be back. Friday. We'll see what's going on. But we are about to put Deuteronomy back on the shelf. I think this Deuteronomy's been probably our longest book. That we've been on Deuteronomy for like 3 months now. It's the gift that keeps on giving, but all good things must come to an end. We'll roll into Joshua, the book of Joshua, next stream. That'll be not next Bible study. No, next one. Hope Pat's doing well. I hope the magic history class is going well so far. Let's see. Nice people, but they can be a bit forceful with their beliefs. Isn't that the truth? Everybody is susceptible to that. It happens. Thanks, completely deistic. Yeah, it's probably one of our longest segments so far, and we're going to be doing this. Geez, at this rate, we'll be doing this another 10 years. I think somebody actually did the math on that and said it would be like 10 years, give or take. But hey, as long as we're still alive, we'll just keep on chugging along, having fun with it. Because Gizmo, he can't get enough of it. He loves it. He can't get enough of this stuff. 10 years is too short, but after the Bible study, we're going to, I guess, either Book of Mormon or the Quran. We're like trailing Aaron Ra. He's been going through these books page by page for a long time. So we'll catch up to him eventually, but yeah. Book of Mormon. It's like I don't know. It's like the Bible set the benchmark for stupidity in so many ways. But Joseph Smith said, "Hold my beer. You ain't seen nothing yet."
Really did.
Yeah. You think the Bible is bullshit? Joseph Smith said. You think that's full of shit? Well, get ready for this, Reid.
My joke is always, it's Jesus Christ in space, space, space.
I just love it when he translated the tablets and he was told, and the person told him, like, he's got one copy of it. He translated it from the golden tablets, and they're like, okay, translate it again. I mean, you've got the golden tablets, right?
And
just
harder,
write
Daddy.
another copy, and it should be exactly like the first one, right? But you see, I don't have the tablets anymore. That's it. I don't have the tablets anymore. The angel let me keep them just long enough to get a copy, and then they took them back. I don't have the tablets anymore. I'm so sorry. I can't do about that. Yeah, it was a one-time
I would
thing.
do the same thing. But Pat also says, class is going great. Tonight we talked about Thessalonian witches, the ritual of drawing down the moon, and how to collect moon foam. Ooh.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds like a lot of fun. Also, check out the trailer for Anne Rice's Witches, which just came
Did
out.
you get accused of being a witch, Amy?
I did. I've been accused of being a witch. I've been accused of being a Baphomet. I've been accused of being the Joker. But sending love. You should not only go watch that trailer. Once you watch that trailer and get interested in witches, you should then go take Pat's class.
And what I think on Tang, Pat said that they're getting Dr. Josh connected with the college that Pat teaches out of. So
really,
maybe in the coming semester, you might not be able to take a course from Dr. Josh.
Mm-hmm. So look forward to that.
I mean, Amy would take the course just to stare at him on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Clubhouse Randolph. I always saw it was interesting that there were, like I said, conservative, fundamentalist, religious people on Clubhouse, a lot less atheist. And so it was interesting to go on there. I just peeked and poked because I knew that if I went into, there was really, at least in my, the big religious stream had Darth Dawkins, and I knew if I poked my head in there, it would have just been a fight. And sometimes I'm into that, but sometimes when I'm staring at my cell phone, I'm like, oh God. But I'm interested in doing that. You cannot StreamYard on TikTok right now, but the only reason we don't stream, what is up, Pookykins, is pooking around. The only reason we don't stream on TikTok is because of that StreamYard limitation. However, you can stream live.
Stream there?
You have to use TikTok's really weird. You can only go live after you have a certain amount of followers or whatever on TikTok. So I can't even go live, I think, on TikTok right now. I can just do videos. I've done a science and a religious video. You have to do 5 videos to get put into the algorithm. So I have 3 more to find my community of science and atheism. And then after 1,000, I think, followers, they will allow you to go live, which is very weird for like a short form format. Is they allow you to go live for hours, which is like, why? It's just very weird. TikTok is like you could get 30-second videos and live for hours. But whatever.
Anybody can go live on YouTube with StreamYard, but you can go live just using the YouTube app. But you have to have 1,000 subscribers. It's weird. I don't know why they do.
And all these different sides. Ride a banana in a hot tub and your TikTok will blow up. Sold. It's true. I'd like to do more just shorts so that you see my... Wow. See, it has to be so much lighter. I wear a skirt and then you can't even see. Coordination, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just doing a PSA, not for myself, but for all the gentlemen out there who want to impress a lady. Coordinate. You like it when you make your accessories match. Anyway, we are going to move forward. Randolph says TikTok saves the live streams for you at least 1 month so you can download them afterwards. So there you go. It's like a hybrid between Twitch, because Twitch saves them for 2 weeks and TikTok at least will save them for 4 weeks, which is a little bit better. And YouTube will save them at least for a while. YouTube works for you. I will say, sending love to the YouTube gods of all of them. It's hard to gain all of those new followers on Twitch, though we are actually gaining some and sending love out there. And so I'm going to keep on sending that link also if you'd like to join our Twitch. But I think with that,
we ready?
It's time. Our bodies
put
are
the
ready.
Nail in the coffin on Deuteronomy.
That's right. We are ready to put the book back on the shelf
casket,
of
fucking funeral.
Deuteronomy. Indeed. And I feel bad, but at the same time, of all the people who've had the longest run, I feel like Moses has had some screen time, more than just
they got every penny's worth out of him.
You get excited sometimes just when you get to actually say a line on screen. But Moses, he's been like doing Terminator 1, Terminator 2, Terminator this time. It's going to be more personal than the last ones. Like
Rambo First Blood, Last Blood, All Blood.
Donate Center.
CSL Plasma. Yeah.
Exactly. But we are going into the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 34, the last chapter of the book of Dudes. It's going to make me a little bit teary. Not really, but we'll pretend it does. As we move into Moses is dying. Our main man, Charlton Heston.
He's in hospice.
Boop. 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 This technology doesn't exist yet.
They're just keeping him comfortable as he goes.
Exactly. They're just loading him up on morphine. What else can you do? And oddly enough, there's just one subject, one category. Listen, it goes in the veins. You don't feel a thing. Feel Breaking Bad.
This reminds me of Demerol in the after I had my big surgery back in 2013. Yes, 2013. When I woke up in the ICU, they were giving me morphine and then Demerol. Each one every 4 hours. So I was going 2 hours morphine, 2 hours Demerol, 2 hours morphine to it for like 4 days.
And honestly, the fact that they were even able to get Debbie more, it's impressive.
I mean, since she broke up with Ashton Kutcher, it's all been downhill from there.
But they did what they can. They did what they can. Oh my! Not funny that became topical
Will Smith.
again.
I'm not talking about you. Don't come and smack me. No, Will Smith. Calm down, Will Smith.
That's why you don't heckle.
It's just a joke.
Can I also say, and this is advice for anyone who ever gets roasted, even if you're faking it, just laugh. Take it. I also say,
get in your Rolls Royce and drive back to Calabasas and
I know.
Cry your tears out into a pile of money and use the $100 bills to.
But it also allows people to laugh. So like it makes people uptight when you can't laugh about yourself, but when you can, just you know who the greatest example is. And I can't believe that, I'm saying this, but if you ever want to see a guy who has a great sense of humor, go watch the roast of Mike Tyson. Okay? This mother has the greatest sense of humor. It's just him laughing at himself over. Now he laughs at everyone else and stuff, and he plays along, and you wouldn't think so. But it just makes it easier for everyone to just take a joke.
It's fun
when you can take a joke at yourself. Also sending love to Jeff Ross. So I have, because there's two people, I'm saying this out loud because just in this stream, because I've been just thinking, but it's not going to happen for a long time until we hit more milestones. But like I had two people I had one person left in my sights because we already got the one person to sign a $5 billion contract. I got the person who I wanted to sign a $5 billion contract to actually sign with us. So I'm very lucky. We are very lucky, if we say so ourselves.
Could have got Bob Saget,
but that is my second. Is who I wanted was Bob Saget. I was eyeing Bob Saget, Gizmo, and me. But there are I have 2 or 3 that are creeping up, but it's not going to happen for a long time, and it's not going to happen until I figure out what they would actually be a good use for. But that is James Murr from Impractical Jokers. Funny guy. That is Jeff Ross, the king of roasting, who is a really hard-hitting roaster when it comes to really going at people, and who also, if I may say so, I actually have to take it. For who or why we're talking about this. No, well, I have to say that Jeff Ross has alopecia. And I'm going to have to now bring this up every time because he always brings up that, could have been a good time to really take it head on, that kind of subject. So, and I'm trying to think of a bunch of good roasts because he is both the roaster general and he is also the mascot at General Chow's Chicken. No. I'm sending love to Jeff Ross.
It's
and
Tricky Dickie's Chinese restaurant.
That's right, Tricky Dickie's, where he now works as the giant thumb that shoves food into your mouth. I actually love Jeff, and Jeff only roasts people who've close. Jeff Ross only roasts people if you don't know. Another thing, if you don't know about, is that step into the arena. So they either have volunteered or have been hired by or whatever. Jeff Ross. So sending love, and the third, and maybe also obvious for this type of channel, is Carrot Top, who I become at later instances at night. So these are 3 people I just have on my radar, but it may be literally a year
on your gaydar
or more on my gaydar, because we're trying to hit milestones, sending love out there. Maybe during the you can feel the gears turning. Maybe during the open mic, I will get the Patreon ticker up, which is going to be our new thing, because one of the best ways to actually help us is by becoming a Patreon supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman, because it helps us make even more fun content like this, as well as becoming a channel member. The button right down below with our evolving badge system, which triggers creationists, doesn't matter which badge, which tier you are, you will evolve. And of course, all of our super chatters, subscribers, and viewers. Thank you so very much. And with that, we are going into it. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 34, Charlton, Heston, Crocodokes. And there's only one category. That's weird. Huh.
I thought for a second you were going to miss it.
Yeah. No. I would never miss the fact that the Bible is having a good old laugh. James, don't you remember? We keep on saying. Exactly. When I was in Hebrew school, what did they call it when you were there going? Did they call it Hebrew school? Did they call it
where the Messianic?
Yeah, did they have a thing?
They would just call it, it was just a Shabbat service.
Shabbat service. Shabbat shalom.
Yeah.
That's so we're having a good old laugh, which as the Bible is known, hugs, laugh, and cuddles. And then
Cock and balls.
Huh. That's weird. James, I hate to do this. I think
That's
there
weird.
might be a
You don't have a dick in your
contradiction.
What? They're very unusual. Come on, Gavin. Get it together, man.
Listen, gotta do what you gotta do. But with that, those are our two categories.
Yeah.
We were moving in to Moses dies. Oh, completely deistic. Could not agree more. So here's the good news and the bad news. The good news is we are absolutely planning on doing it. The bad news is we are doing it in order. And so we have to get through the Old and New Testament. And we're moving about 2 chapters a podcast.
We'll decide if we're going to do the Book of Mormon or the Quran after that.
However, I'll keep on saying this. If you want to see more of this content, the goal is actually, right now, we have about 2 to 3 shows a week. I would like to eventually get that to triple. I want to make that 6 to 7 shows a week. I want to make
we could do this full time. Yeah.
2 to 3 Bible studies. I want to really get through this. I think this is one of our more. What's funny is it is both one of our drier subjects, and yet it's also one of our more fun challenges to see how cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs we can also just add in, although the Bible kind of does that itself. And so it's our comparison, because sometimes the Bible trolls us back.
The views tend to be less than some of our other podcasts, but the people who do watch it's very active, it's very lively when we do it. So it's
one of those things where I've had people legitimately thank us. And so I know we're doing something right. I'm also starting to number them. I really should number all of them. But now if you search Deuteronomy chapter 33 or Deuteronomy chapter 34, this is one of the things you'll get. Because I and Gizmo are really big into that SEO. It's all about that search engine optimization, baby. But yes, speaking of apparently God optimizing, Moses dying. Woohoo! We couldn't agree more. Completely deistic. Do you know why?
Otherwise, yeah.
It forces us. Like sometimes, it makes us. We don't choose either way, the good or the bad. Like we don't lean in any direction. Unlike my sexuality.
Because you could just go through the Bible and just pick out the verses that sound stupid, but. Then what the Christians they're going to say, oh, you guys are just cherry picking the Bible, just taking a few verses here, there out of context, cherry picking it, trying to make it look stupid. Well, no, we're actually doing it in order, and it makes itself look stupid. We don't have to really try very hard to do that. God did a perfect job of that himself. We're just pointing it out.
Exactly. We're not trying to do the good bits, the bad bits. We're just doing it all. And in fact, the one criticism we sometimes get from fundamentalists, I repeat that sentence to make sure you aren't feeling like you're going crazy. The one sentence we sometimes get from fundamentalists is that we're reading it too literally.
Which, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I guess we'll take that as a
fundamentalist. The fundamentalist with the gay voice who's like, oh, you guys.
We were going to the apostle. What?
Like you guys don't know things like how the universe was formed or created or how exactly how it started. But if a religion guy comes out and they make an explanation, it'll be ripped apart. You guys will tear it every which way. And, sick the dogs of science on it to just rip it apart. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I will say, Paul, I'll make this claim to trigger all of the creationists out there. And feel free. We're about to be going into the open mic. Paul did not talk to Jesus. I can't say he didn't have a vision. I've seen lots of visions. I saw one in the Marvel movie. I have taken lots of psychedelics. No. It's too late, CIA. It's too late. They're gone.
The funny thing about a vision is only one person sees it. It's not very reliable evidence. People have claimed to have seen lots of crazy things that we don't have evidence for. And I mean, if Jesus wanted to have a conversation with Paul, he certainly would have the power to have done that in a way that everybody would have recognized, like come down body, spirit, just Jesus coming down from heaven in view of other people, have a fucking conversation.
What are you talking about?
With Paul. Yeah.
I heard half of those words.
Yeah.
All right. What are we talking about?
It would be
Paul
obvious,
and Jesus fan fiction. Veronica. Oh my goddess. That just makes me realize that there really are people that have to whack it to like Jesus porn, right? Like we've met someone, no joke, who said they had. I'm sorry also if you're listening to this at work. It's the late night. The late show, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the ultimated Christian, if you guys are wondering.
But we met someone who really did say that they had a relationship a little bit too close with Jesus. And so it just makes you think. Rule 34,
speaking, though.
Biblically speaking. Exactly. They were married.
He did the one debate where every 3 words he said biblically. And we just started roasting him on that for months. And he eventually like abandoned that. And
that is
something else.
I thought that's why he was a Poe. Really. That was why I thought it was a Poe. This is what it has to have been. Okay. Let's put the fact that he may have not been a Poe aside. Let's pretend he was a legitimate person. He had to think in the back of his head that was like his biblically speaking after he gave an argument, like almost his academic drop
biblically you cannot repeat the definition for our biblical Christological God.
But that's the problem. It doesn't matter what sentence you say. If you say the same sentence after anything, like repeatedly, people are gonna think you cray-cray. Like, it don't matter if you Muslim, Christian, atheist. Like, if you're in the back of the line and you have to sit there and you have to go,
Biblically,
it's my turn? Well, excuse me, I will have the orange chicken, biblically speaking. Oh, okay, you know what? Actually, I'll, biblically speaking, I'll have a large, Oh, no. Could you actually double bag my order? Biblically speaking.
Biblically, that would have to be a substitution upcharge, and biblically that'll be an extra 85-cent charge, and then biblically speaking, your total is going to be $13.79 biblically, of course.
Biblically speaking. James, do you see how sane that makes us sound? I feel like we just had a much more clear conversation.
And then biblically speaking, you don't want the coffee because biblically, the guy who works in the kitchen urinates in the coffee pot when he gets mad at customers. And biblically speaking, it makes the coffee taste really bad.
I do,
so biblically,
however,
you don't want to drink it.
Exactly. However, you do want to maybe beat him a little bit better, biblically. We're moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, biblically. Yes, it was only that one guy. Though I do love how everyone does get like shticks. Oh, wait, hold on. I was at one Elron Hubbard, Muhammad, same. Oh my God, yes. Yeah, well, they were both the third ones, right? Coming right after Jesus. And I don't even think Moses was real. I was once
No.
at the dentist and got so drugged up. Oh my! But that when I left, I saw these two lieutenants walking towards me and
Lieutenant
looked
Gregory
like
Stevens.
twins. Wasn't until they passed me and I looked back that I noticed it was only one guy. Yeah, I would say that hallucinations and us being conscious beings, they go together like mushrooms and someone being shot out of a metaphorical cannon.
So, like the area I live in, it's a pretty urbanized area, and there was someone who's actually passed now, but a few years back, she was saying that she was by her apartment and she had taken some acid, but she saw, but it wasn't a hallucination. It was actually real that there were police officers riding horses out in front of her house. But no, she was hallucinating about other stuff, but the cops on the horseback outside were
That was
actually
real.
That
Duh.
was real, yeah.
James.
Like
Everything
I've
else was a
never seen
hallucination.
a cop on horseback within 100 miles of here, so I don't know. Seems a little suspect.
Or at Disneyland, or at what's it called? Or on Halloween. Anyway, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 34. We really are moving into it. Moses is moving into his final act. Charlton Heston went up from the plains of Moab Shmoab onto the mountain of Nebo, which I'm pretty sure is in Narnia, to the top
Maybe, yeah.
of Pisgah,
Not
which
big.
also, yes, where also they sell bacon gah. That is over against Jericho, that horror film. Mushroom heads always make me go crazy.
So
What's up,
basically,
Reservoir? All the
God-
psilocybin's in the head, I think.
God is just got Moses on the top of the mountain. He's just letting him look at the promised land, and then he's reminding, yeah, but you kind of ticked me off, so I'm going to kill you before you actually make it there. And yeah. But if you like look at what the writers of the old, what they were trying to get across is that, like, you don't cross Yahweh in the slightest. Like, you can be his prophet, you can be his main guy,
James,
you can be
can
blowing
I
him
just tell
5
you?
times a day, every day, but you do one thing that one time he doesn't like, and he will not let you to the promised land. He will kill you before you get there.
Let me tell you something. You don't mess with Yahweh, or else you ain't making it to the promised land, you see? Not
You
at
can
all.
be his high priest, and you can tap on a rock twice, and God will kill you. So, Aaron, I'm really ticked off that you tapped that rock twice. I'm going to kill you now.
Yeah,
So
he gone.
please take off your priestly vestments and yeah, get ready to die. Oh, thank you so much, God. What a loving, merciful God you are. Yes, I know.
Hashtag God of
loving.
love.
So merciful.
And so what is basically Moses has been the longest Saw player in the Torah. Like as James and I have been talking, like, there is no other character that has this much screen time. There are people that are older who, like, if we were to just count the days out, are technically
Moses
a
is
bit
what,
alive
120?
more. He's
like
120 right
120.
now. They name checked it for whatever reason. But yes,
Noah lived to be like 800 or something like that.
exactly.
600
So if
when
we
he
were to
built the ark.
actually just count the days out, it'd be longer. But Moses is definitely the dude that has had the most talking, has had the most adventure and action. The biggest schlong. However, that's coming to an end tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This is history in the making. Not even a long chapter. They basically give him a sack and a bag. But yes, as James, myself, and Pat has saying, whoo!
About fucking time, bury this asshole.
He's been out there. He's been doing the good fight, and I would not want to be one of God's chosen people. Though at least he lets you die. At least Moses is about to fucking rest. But yes, let's continue.
Don't worry, he'll be forced to suck Yahweh's dick in the afterlife. So.
Exactly. Oh, holy, holy, holy. The holiest of glory holes. Exactly. Jericho and the Lord Bob, this lovely lady who we keep talking about, all her newly appendage, shooed him all the land of Gillette razors onto... God damn it. I hate it when they do this. Because you get this name wrong, and then you just sound stupid, and then you insult someone.
D-A-N. What does that spell?
Dan. Okay, I got it. On to Dan. I always have thought that it's like a general's name. And all Nefertiti, that the beautiful chick from Avatar. I also am going to do a breakdown of Avatar. Speaking of upcoming and kind of random, but I can't help myself, have recently gone to see Avatar again because I'm a James Cameron fangirl. James Cameron knows what Cameron do. In fact, I don't know if you know this, but James Cameron does not do what James Cameron does for James Cameron. James Cameron does what James Cameron does because he is James Cameron.
I think they're aware.
Sending love to Matt and Trey. True geniuses out there as well. So, speaking of geniuses, Lord, Bob, Isaac. All right, let's get back into the fun. Yo, and they do good stuff too. Sending love to the Matrix. It both kills me on the inside and is completely hilarious to me that the use of the red pill comes from two T-girls. But whatever. And Nefertiti flying on her. And I'm going to do a video on why Avatar does mythic structure so right. I know people give a lot of flack to Avatar, you see, and sending love out there.
Black Avatar? No, come on.
Well, and I know it gets a lot of flack. They're always like, it's just Pocahontas. It's just what's it called? Oh my God, Dances with Wolves. I actually, after going with it, it's not. It's not at all. Okay? Because
it's not.
You're thinking, yes, it really isn't. And I'll show you why. Because you're thinking of plot and you're not thinking of story. Okay? And the plot is about a guy going out there into a different tribe as an outsider. That is the common plot. But the story is about a man figuring why life is worth living and the family that he never had. That is the story. You would think that's Avatar. The Avatar. And I can it is about a man who really was broken when he started. Playful but broken. And finding really a meaning to live. That's Avatar. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I'll show you. I'll show you the way, but that's the Mandalorian. What's that? No, can I tell you, and not to go completely sound like I'm a completely conservative talking point, but almost all stories are about family. They really are. They're about finding your family. Who is your family? Does that mean that it's blood or not? And have you seen The Mandalorian?
I've seen very little of it.
The favorite dad show?
Is it a dad show?
Oh, it absolutely is.
Oh.
Because I'll say this, then we'll move forward. The plot of The Mandalorian is about a bounty hunter trying to overcome the forces of the Empire. The story is about a father accepting an outsider as not only one of his tribe, but figuring out that is his tribe. Figuring out that his son doesn't matter if it's blood. You're going to make me start crying. That it's deeper than that. That is the story of The Mandalorian. I'm starting to really understand the difference between plot. When did Amy come full blown? And I'll say, I feel like I can defend the term for liberal and conservative. That's why I don't always say the label battle. What were we talking about before I was crying?
Plot versus story.
As Seth Rogen will tell you, plot is what you come in for. Story is what they trick you, is why you stay. The two difference. Are you saying your baby? Ha ha ha. Hey, I'm just very I love that story. I love the type of notion.
Baby Yoda.
Yes, I'm not sure where I am. I've also adopted at many points and raised, it seems, who have hopefully gone off and done good things, and they're successful out there. Sending love to all my trying to think what to call them, because I got so many strays that used to come on my doorstep who would get kicked out of their houses, and they'd be like, my parents don't accept me. But I'm sending love out there. Baby Yoda, you are. That is right. Why does that sound good? Adaptation sounds good as well. Come for the plot, get out the tissues for the story. That's right. It really is. Because you wouldn't necessarily think of a Mandalorian as a tough bounty hunter. And if you go with the cult leader, they're not even allowed to take off their helmet. What are you talking about? We could take off our helmets. Oh my God, what? Yeah, your people destroyed our planet. Oh, getting into more backstory. Anyway, religion, folks. Religion. However, family, community, tradition, those are still good things. All good things. Let's finish up as we watch. We do a funeral service for Charlton Heston. Really the main thing of of tonight's podcast. I would normally name it after the longer chapter, but Moses, like talking and just saying to the Israelites, has all he's been doing for chapter after chapter after chapter. So I thought this was a little bit more important. And the South. First of all, it was the utmost sea. Specifically, it was the sea with the new. What the hell is the superhero? Jesus. Because they made him cool. They finally, ladies and gentlemen, made him cool. Please, someone make my brain. It is Jason Momoa. He talks to fish. Aquaman. Thank you. They finally made Aquaman cool. Okay, it took kind of an edgy, much darker approach. It took maybe someone tall, dark, and handsome, but what are we talking about? But to finally make him cool. But it happened. And it happened at the sea in the Bible, and the South, and the plain hidden valley ranch of the Jericho. Well, they were the city palm trees. They only had like 1 or 2 palm trees, and they're fake. We're not, this isn't Hawaii. On to Zorro. Okay, good. Moses climbed the Mount of Zebu, where God showed him the promised land. And if you have been a long-time fan, long time, if you've been a fan of our Bible study, you will remember that Moses was promised by God that he would maybe see the promised land, but he would not enter it. No. Which is kind of a cock block. Like, I don't know how much I would take the Israelites. Like, oh, no. They get to see the promised land? Who gets to do the work again?
He's specifically showing Moses just to taunt him. Like look at that over there. Yeah.
That's where you're see not going.
That's where you're not going. I'm going to kill you because you made me mad. You did one thing I didn't like, and now I'm going to kill you.
You're going to die. Though once again, maybe Moses wants to die. All he's been doing is like talking to the Israelites like they're children. Like, oh my God, why are you making the idols? Didn't I write fucking commandments?
He probably is ready to die. He's like,
I know. Yeah. He's like, no. It's terrible pain. I hate to see us go. But yes, over at the Jericho, we've been seeing in the Hidden Valley Ranch. And the Lord Bob, this lovely lady, she just got a haircut, did you notice? Said unto him, this is the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Isaac Shmizek, and unto Jacob's ladder, saying, I will give it unto all of thy seed.
Oh, give it to me.
If you get what I mean. I have caused thee to see it with thine eye. Oh, you got it in my eye. But thou shalt not go over thither. I kind of, with the socks, and if they're crunchy. Just stay here. Why do you even have to go over there? Why are you even asking? Jesus. Oh, wait, that's later. Right. So, Charlton Heston, if you hadn't noticed by the literally chapter after chapter after chapter, the servant of the Lord died there in the land of Moab Shmoab. Wow, that's...
All right, well, let's get his ass in the coffin and bury him so we can be done with this shit.
And James, it's weird. Just to even say that sentence, this happened so fast. According to the word, the Scrabble of the Lord Bob.
Well, I mean, fire, what are you going to do?
O-S-E-S-D-E-D. Boom. Whew. Much better. Much better.
Yeah, you've been getting a lot of mileage out of that prop, that Moses prop. You're not going to be able to use it much anymore.
Let me tell you, it's been a great time.
You're not going to be seeing it much longer.
Having Charlie with us.
I mean, they'll still mention him from time to time, but
sure. Well, I mean, when everyone thinks about he's the big chapter. He's going down the stream in a basket, and then somehow he's ripped and he's doing altruistic things, and then just like that,
he's the Hebrew from being attacked by the Egyptian. He gets exiled.
James, can I just tell you how important it is? As always, you need to keep on saving the cat. It is very important. When you're writing a book, you gotta save the cat. So you gotta do something good to make him win over the audience. But after that, you can have God torture him for chapter after chapter after chapter. Until tonight, folks. Until tonight. This is, I guess, our funeral. Try to, wear our classy outfits and pay our respects. Oh, Moses, he was pretty cool. He, pretty sure that he liked basket weaving after his mother. And then, he got into magic. Everybody likes magic. It came in handy when he had to battle a bunch
Especially Pat.
James, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Huzzah! Okay. Came out of nowhere. And then just like that, he led his people out of Egypt, and that was the end of the story, right?
Yes, juggling rattlesnakes for Jesus.
Oh my God, it bit me!
Not on the cross. Hey. Nope, just pray the venom away. Pray the venom away. God is gonna burn that venom out of your body. You're gonna
exactly. She's fine. Let Jesus take the wheel. It'll be good.
No. Why would you pick up a phone and call a human when you could just pray and talk to the God who created the universe? I mean, wouldn't that be a much better option with your time?
Listen, I feel like it would be.
You gonna go with anti-venom and doctors, or you gonna go with God?
That's silly. When you could just pray the venom right off your legs.
Right. God will just take it right out of you.
He'll take it. Take it. That's right. I'll give you my staff when you pry it from my cold, dead hands.
Oh.
Probably. I assume.
Yeah. Try to get Amy's hands off of it. Good luck with that.
Oh my. Listen, you can pry not a lot from my hands. But yes, we are about to finish. Did we? We are shall excellency Jerusalem. Strength?
Yeah. Almost there.
It's just so much wisdom that it's hard to tell. Did we somehow? There we go. I was like, what the? All right. And the children. Jericho, Zorro. City of Palm Tree, Zorro. And the Lord. All right. Seed. I remember seed. We were spreading our seed. I have caused thee to see it, and it fell right into thine eye. I remember getting hit in thy eye. I had to get a doctor. So Moses, there we go. We read him there according to the word of God. Gotcha. All right, yes. I guess we can wrap up here. Yes, he is dead. Moses, our main man who we have been using.
Get the party poppers and the streamers, the confetti, and The
Oh my,
strippers.
is there a link? Why, yes, there is. There's about to be one. Because we are Skeptic Bible Studying. You almost heard me want to say Skeptic and Ranting. We are Skeptic Bible Studying. We are Skeptic and Ranting, that is true. But in our Skeptic Bible Study...
Barrel-chested bear, that's right.
And I'll send the link as soon as we see the end of this chapter, though it's going to be soon. This is a much shorter chapter. So he was buried alive in a valley of Hidden Ranch, which is BT dubs, how I would also like to be buried, in the land of Moab Shmoab, over against Beth Peas Everywhere. What? She does? Look, is that the same Beth from Rick and Morty? But no man knoweth of his spokesure unto this day. I don't either. And Charlton Heston was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim. Okay. Yeah. Nor his natural force abated. Are you telling us he didn't hit himself?
He was very virile. He was screwed until the last day.
Right to the last minute.
Yeah.
And the children of the corn of Israel, they did like total sad emojis for Charlton Heston. They like sent all of their thoughts and prayers, many thoughts and prayers as they could.
Put it all, changed their Facebook status, and they tweeted.
They did exactly.
They tweeted sad memes.
Put like wishing Moses well on their Twitter status. The plains of Moab, 30 days. Also, if we didn't say this, what is up, Nick? Woohoo! What is up, Nick and Sigma and Clockwork Rex and everyone in Norfolk? We're weeping for Charlton Heston. That's definitely what we're doing. For the plains of Moab Shmoab, 30 days or your money back if you have a warranty. So the days of weeping and mourning of Charlton Heston were ended. You get 30 days. That's it. Then cut that shit out. And Joshua, the soccer player, the son of none, all of the nuns from the Catholic Church, was full of the spirit of wisdom, not intelligence or strength. You get what you get in this D&D game. For Charlton Heston had laid his hands upon him. Oh my, did Yowie right before he died? And then the children of the corn, exactly, of Israel, hearkened unto him and did as the Lord Bob commanded Charlton Heston. Do it, Charlie, do it. What are we paying you for? And there arose not a single prophet, because hashtag prophets don't exist. Since in Israel, like unto Charlton Heston, whom the Lord Bob knew face to face. They kind of WhatsApp. They were looking at each other. Yeah, face to crotch, whatever you want to say. In all the signs and the wonders, and they were totally wonderful, which the Lord Bob, this lovely lady with her noodly appendages,
all the signs,
sent her to do in the land.
They rearranged the signs just to confuse people.
Just to confuse them. Oh, there's a real place in the land of New York to our favorite person, to Pharaoh.
Yeah, yet another unnamed Pharaoh.
They just stand out so much. Who needs
how many names?
They're like Prince, all of them.
How many named dukes do we have? But we can't have a named Pharaoh.
We're definitely past 60. Yeah, and we can't have any Pharaoh names. And to all his servants, I'm sorry, I got slavery stuck in my hand. And to all his land cards, And in all that mighty hand, oh, it's so
All your
mighty.
pyramids belong to us.
It's firm. It's soft and yet firm. And all in the great terror which Charlton Heston shewed in the sight of all Israel.
Shmishmael.
My lordy. I'm sorry, what did we just read?
Lordy,
Because that
lordy.
was a lot. Actually, it
That was
really
a lot of
wasn't a lot.
bullshit.
A lot of bullshit. But
Packed into a
Moses
small package.
climbed the mountain of Nebo. Totally real. Where God showed him the promised land. Totally happened. God said to him, "This is the land I swore to give to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." Too bad. I've let you see it with your own eyes, and I hope that's good enough because you won't go there. Moses died in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. God buried him in there. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised. A deity just going like this, patting the soil. Okay, sure. But no one has ever seen his, I really know that's not sphincter, and yet, sure. Moses died when he was
It just sounds
120.
better that way.
His sight was still good, and he was as strong as ever. He was basically doing Viagra ads. Joshua was full of wisdom because Moses had laid his eyes on him.
He was just doing
Did
Viagra.
he?
Yeah.
James, are you low in testosterone? Would you like more free testosterone? Well, do I have a pill for you?
Go to definitely medicalscience.com.
Yes, www.thisisdefinitely.medicalscience.com. There was never another prophet.
Do you really want to go to your doctor and tell him Mr. Snake down there isn't performing like you used to? You don't want to do that. Just call and talk to us about it.
Just can't get it up like they used to.
He just doesn't. He doesn't work as well as he used to down there.
What can you do? But yes, Joshua was full of wisdom because Moses has laid his hands on him. We'll just let that stand on its own. There was never another prophet like Moses whom God knew face to face. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we can stop at all religious traditions there. You heard it.
Face the crotch.
Face the crotch. No one could match his mighty hand or great terror. No, really. Totally makes sense. Flum says, Yahweh doing his own dirty work doesn't happen often in the Bible. Good for him. Yeah, I know. He really does get, like, middlemen throughout the entire Bible.
But at least in the Old Testament, he occasionally actually does something or directly communicates with people. Yeah, he's at least a character in it. I mean, at least so far, that'll probably start to diminish going forward.
And I also, he has just been in so many chapters. Just an amazing amount. It is, I mean, it makes sense they're ending this book on him because they got to start something new. He's put in his days. Sent in love, though. I mean, we're just lucky he gets to rest because later chapters, he with you even after you die. Do.
Praise God.
But with that, we are done both Deuteronomy chapter 33 and 34. In fact,
the entire book of Deuteronomy.
Entire book of Deuteronomy. And so we are going to send the StreamYard link into chat.
Think about that. 33 chapters doing two per. That's like 15 or 16 episodes, just Deuteronomy.
Dude. But it's been fun. Been packed filled with wisdom. Deuteronomy.
So full of wisdom. I don't know what we would do without it.
I really don't.
Which is funny because, sometimes the fundies, they're like, oh, like who cares about evolution? What does evolution do for you? You can still do every other science without believing in evolution. But yeah, what can you do without the Bible? Anything.
Anything. Anything you can do, I can do
Beamsy can do better.
better. That's right. We are going to bring
Anybody
Beamsy
you
on.
can sodomize, Beamsy can sodomize better.
Oh, sure. You're going to try and take my throne? No. We're about
Well,
to
you
get
guys can battle it out if you want.
That sounds pretty hot. But we are going to probably do a half an hour of open mic
We'll
to
see.
see.
But yeah.
And then if the common joke or truth is that, if you agree with us, we'll get you on. We'll probably get out of here in just a little bit. And if you disagree with us, we'll probably only be on here for like
till 8 in the morning.
4 or 5 hours. Yeah, you say 8. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, maybe. But we already got 2 people behind stage,
Yes, we do.
which means we are Skeptic Bible Studying, and we are bringing on Beamsy.
Oh, one of them left.
Nope. That's okay, because we are still moving into our Skeptic Bible. These. Woo-hoo! What
Playing
is
swords with
up,
Beamsy?
Beamsy? That's right. We hope you are having a good time on tonight's Skeptic Bible Study. We want to know, what are your thoughts or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, just making sure I wasn't muted this time so I don't do a repeat of last time.
All in good fun.
Mostly at my expense. And I'll leave the sodomy all up to Amy. Whether it's giving or taking, it's still just a pain in the ass.
She's the queen of sodomy.
And that's right, you will. But yes, Beamsy, anything else to say about... I feel like this is a chapter that are read at weddings, funerals, just... Who doesn't read the chapter where Moses died?
I think James Wolfe is becoming psychic. Look at that.
The last few are usually just difficult to muscle through, and they're just full of contradictions.
Indeed. With that, we are going to bring ourselves into the open conversation.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this.
Crazy. Oh, he's back.
Is that...
Crazy's waiting for Ricardo, so that way they have they want to bring in a conversation they're having in chat into here.
We'll see who. I'm very excited. We're gonna bring you into open conversation, because if you agree with us too much, we're gonna just go into outros.
I can see where this is going already.
Michael Smith, what is up? We are Skeptic Bible Studying. Michelle Smith. Is it?
Hello. I'm still trying to figure this out, getting it set up.
You're good.
How you doing?
That's why we are here. I'm queer, and we are finishing up our Skeptic Bible Study. We're going to go on for a little bit longer before the Discord opens up for anyone heading out to the after show.
I just feel really annoyed over the last open chat where that person just kept shifting the goalposts. That was just...
Oh my. Oh, Spice, come in. Richard Ardo says, I disagree with you, Amy, but James W. is absolutely... Ricardo is so absolutely full of nonsense that I utterly disagree with him.
Come on, Ricardo. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, he didn't seem to be too impressed that I'd actually gone to Antarctica as part of a stratigraphic research.
Who, Ricardo?
No, the guy from last time.
Oh, was that P-Town?
It was P something. I can't remember his... Yeah, it was P-Town.
Yeah, P-Town, yeah. Who,
As
like,
soon as
after
he-
the one show, we had a long conversation with him. He was actually being pretty reasonable.
He does have some reasonable aspects, but he doesn't actually bring that analytical skill onto himself. It just seems that is always what it comes down to for a lot of these people. They'll be very critical of everything you say and do, except for what they do. Welcome back.
Hey, Michael.
What is up, Michael?
Hey. Again. Still trying to figure this out.
You're
I
all
don't know if
good
I'm
if you're having some
overloading
lag
like the
issues.
server or something.
Sometimes turning off your camera it helps.
Might help with the
'cause
bit rate.
Queen and King on a podcast are always sound, and then video comes second.
Yes, I don't want to scare people off by having my camera on.
Oh my. Are you playing by the no pants rule?
No, it's more the scars.
Wait, that's I feel like there's not a Walking Dead reference, but that's okay.
Well, it kind of is. My avatar sums up exactly what happened to me. I was in the Navy, got blown up, and ended up with about 22 kilos of metal and plastic in me.
He's more machine now than man.
At least you can push my buttons.
Oh my.
Like Darth Vader.
Now we're starting to talk.
They more fidget with those buttons.
Yeah, like Darth Vader's got all those buttons.
So
but what do
I
they
recognize.
actually do? Go ahead, Michael.
Well, I recognize you, James, from SFT, and I recognize Beamsy name and Amy Newman, but I just wanted to say hello.
Well, and I understand if you recognize me, and I just want to say I was a lot younger. I feel like I could do way better movies now. Bigger breasts, nicer ass.
I'll be the judge of that.
I'm just kidding, Michael. Welcome. What would you like to talk about? We are having our Skeptic Bible Study. We got a few more minutes
Christian,
left.
Young Earth Creationist, what's your deal?
Okay. Yeah. This is gonna just come straight from the heart. So, like this is one of the questions I've had recently. In the Bible, it says that they give us, God gave us free will for a certain reason, right? And then but now you have people doing or working towards legislature and laws that basically will take away human rights, even if it is regarding something like abortion, which, we can all have our own judgments on that. It's not like I don't think that is a good thing, but I think the problem is that we're taking away human rights and giving them away to the state. This is probably off topic. I'm sorry, but
so are you a Christian, a Young Earth Creationist, or are you an atheist?
Well, when it comes to that, there's been times where I've considered myself a creationist. There's been times where I consider myself a Christian. I feel like I have a personal understanding with Jesus and stuff, but I don't categorize or compartmentalize myself if necessary.
Okay, so it just sounds like politically you have a lot of libertarian political views, I guess. Or classical libertarian.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay. Let's
what do you guys think about the
SFT a lot?
Yeah, I go there. Actually, when I first ever even got a smartphone and was able to connect to the internet this way, I found them guys early on. So I've been checking them out for a couple of years.
We tend to lean against insulting religion over politics.
Smart.
I see this person down there. Like,
They're not
I
gonna,
want
he's
to
not gonna
know
say anything.
if they would say something. I almost want to bring him on just to have him not say anything because he's gonna post stuff. But
more about Lucy's.
Like, you're welcome. We're saying hi to you. But
hey there,
do you actually talk sea science?
You think a keyboard warrior?
Oh, we got sea science. Sea science is here too, hey?
Sea science is here, yeah.
You should say hi to Michael.
When it comes down to it, Michael, you've got to consider when they say that we were given free will, what right does someone have to punish you for having free will?
What was that last part?
Why does someone have the right to punish you for something that they gave you?
That sounds like a weird context that I don't understand. So that's my view. People don't have a right to punish you for something that they gave you. That doesn't make logical sense, though, in terms of context.
Right. So,
okay, go ahead.
God of the Bible, the God of the Bible, he sets up a moral structure that's based upon his nature, and now he tells us he's giving people free will. They have the right to. So you can do what he says, or you cannot do what he says, right? Because you don't have his exact nature. He made it so that you can deviate from his nature. But the thing is, if you do make that choice, he's going to do really bad things to you. It's kind of like the rapist who is holding a knife to a woman's throat and saying, "Have sex with me." If she says yes at that point, it's not out of her free will. It wasn't a free choice. It's because she was threatened with a worse alternative, being that she could be killed. So the fact that God has this place, hell, where he sends people who don't believe the right way or don't do what he wants them to do, it's not really free will, is it? Because
right, yeah. Okay, so you point that out. I wasn't sure if you were coming from the atheistic side or not. I think you're agreeing with me, though, or like with my perceptive that there's a difference there.
I just have to interrupt because sea science. You keep on saying how we banned creationists, but you did something maybe in chat that our admin was not happy with. And yet the two hosts, you're literally in the show. You are live right now. But because you don't do voice, you're going to say you're banned. But like you're right down here. You see where you are? Right here?
I mean, to be fair, like I'm sure Titan gave you guys plenty of warnings and told you that you guys kept poking the bear. And,
yeah, and I don't know what it is, but I actually, as much as we probably give Titan headaches sometimes because I feel bad because we sometimes put our own foot in our mouth. He's actually a good guy. He's had our backs the whole time.
Yeah, he's been with us pretty much very early on.
Had to do the wink because I just like it when guys have my back. No. Just
not the face.
Just not the face. But see, and this is I'm only gonna talk with you for like a minute or so more because this isn't fair to our viewers, like the text to voice conversation. Sometimes it's good when we're going back and forth in the chat. However, like I would like it if you would, like you're now quoting Quaria, which is the equivalent of a blog
theory, and he's gone. Yes. So that is like the fourth or fifth time he's been on the stream but refused to speak.
Yes, but he's banned. You could tell because he was in the stream.
Oh, he's back.
Well, I mean, like, Quaria is not a good source, so like
Cora?
It's up.
Quora.
Crazy Quora.
Quora. That is not a good source. That is
But if you
basically
think
a
about
blog sport.
Cora is almost like a perfect example of peer review. It's people just expressing their own their educated views on the topic. That's why I like it, because it's like free.
Sure. So it's peer review among non-experts. I'll give you that. That is a peer review process among, like, he can put anything. Article I wrote,
but also experts too.
Types.
I mean, it's just people speaking in the most natural way.
But this is genetic entropy. So this is genetic entropy. Genetic entropy is a discredited hypothesis, not accepted in the biological sciences. So if you are able to talk about that on voice, I'm going to add in Clockwork Rex, though. And so you're always welcome to talk on voice. You're not banned from that. But if Titan, you were banned from Titan, then I would like to ask you to go ask Titan on our Discord, because he's our admin. But we're moving on to Clockwork Rex.
But
I
mean, the thing is, like, he's like, just review it sometimes. So, like, I don't have a degree in biology. I don't have a degree in genetics. I don't. So, but the people who do have all those degrees, the people who do work in the field, they've looked at the genetic entropy claim and they don't see anything there. They find it to be fallacious. So, who am I? Why would I challenge that and interject, my own views about something I just don't know enough about?
Or make a video.
I am not here to read a blog. What do you guys think genetic entropy is?
Genetic entropy is
a claim
almost that we are de-evolving, that we are actually
we're accumulating negative mutations that can't be selected out by natural selection. We're just accumulating and making the genome worse over time.
No, well, it's kind of the opposite. Like, okay, so the creationist view is created heterozygosity. That means that the possible information is already in the DNA. And, like, as time goes on, those mutations are actually only taking away from the possible positive, characteristics, I guess. Like that, you think about the word entropy, it's something that you have and then it's being diluted and taken away from, right?
No.
That's what I thought.
Entropy is basically the easiest way of putting it. It's the lack of usable energy within a system. That is the simplest way.
That's physics entropy. I'm not talking about physics entropy. I'm talking about genetic entropy, though.
Genetic entropy is a misuse.
Entropy has a definition,
and very specifically, genetic entropy is a pseudoscience. It would have to be like you'd actually have to present.
It's just an unverified, wonky hypothesis that has no support.
It's more the aspect that it's heavily discredited.
Let him talk. I feel bad. It's.
Go ahead.
3 or 4 against. Yeah. Oh, you, Michael.
Me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
So from what I understand is like the creationists model is called, like I said, what the frick? Created heterozygosity. Heterozygosity refers to the possibility of the what you can get from the alleles, from what I understand. And then when biological things go through the environment that are stressful things and or are changed through whatever path, they're only borrowing their capability from the original DNA.
So does
that make sense?
No. Well, it makes the sense that what it sounds like, and I don't want to do the whole, is this what you're saying? Is this what you're saying? But it sounds like you're saying that mutations cannot create any new data.
I've actually done a lot of research into it just to find out.
No, what I'm saying is that the mutations couldn't exist unless there was already the pre-existing data that allowed for them.
But a mutation is an error. And so the entire point of it is that a copying error.
But it doesn't create something new, does it?
It can create new things all the time.
Amy, what they have is the assumption that everything that ever existed is already being put into the DNA. But here is what the issue with it is.
Yeah.
If all potential options are already within the DNA, why can we not see all these potential options already?
I don't know. I don't understand the question. Like, what would an example be?
With the heterodichotomy idea, it's saying that all potential mutations are already in existence within the DNA. Is that correct?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
So therefore, because all mutations would have to exist in the DNA, all that information, as it's referred to by the people who support it, would have to exist in the DNA. So all of the options already exist.
Yeah.
Why can we not see that?
Well, what are you expecting? What do you mean, like, we can see that the options are there? Like, do you mean looking at the information based on a whatever it's called, strand of DNA?
Yes, because all the mutations would have to exist in one phase or another, not as a active mutation, but as, say, a precursor to create that mutation to allow for that mutation to occur.
I think like what he's saying is you would never see new traits emerge because they would all already be in the population.
No, you'd have new traits. You'd have precursor DNA. You'd actually have markers to allow the proteins from that to actually become a trait.
Okay. See, I'm not very adept with the biology, so you're gonna have to educate me on that. But that's this is an interesting thing I've thought about.
The easiest way to explain it is every aspect of DNA is based on the idea of proteins. Traits, as James pointed out before, is due to new proteins being produced. These are things we can actually foresee, like a change in hair color, a change in eye color, a change in skin color. All these things are traits that can arise through mutations. If everything is preloaded, we would actually have had to have a precursor protein to allow for that mutation to actually arise without any without the idea of the way that the mutations occur within the genetic structure at the moment. There is no aspects within any of the enzymes that any of those proteins just already can pre-exist.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Like if we have the possibility to have natural blue hair, we would have the protein markers to say that, okay, there is a possibility that our hair follicles could be blue. We don't have that.
And so I am actually going to let Clockwork Rex just have a statement. He's actually been waiting patiently in here, and then we're going to get Rubik's in here.
Sorry, yeah. I was just trying to get it as simple
as
possible.
No, not at all. That was actually fantastic. But Clockwork, did you want to say anything about the Bible study or anything we've been talking about?
How many people in here have blue eyes?
Guilty.
Not me.
And I don't.
Hazel.
Hazel. Oh well. Okay. Wait. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. But that is a genetic flaw. Did you know that, Mark?
What'd you say, man?
God
What's up
damn it.
with
Are
that?
you paying attention? Are you paying attention?
No, I just couldn't hear you. I'll try.
Blue eyes and green eyes and hazel eyes are a genetic flaw. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Well, see, you should
what's the
probably go
correct
learn
one?
something. You
What's the
should probably
correct
go
one?
learn something. There is no correct one.
But you just said that they're not the right ones.
I said it's a genetic flaw. I didn't say it wasn't correct. I said it was a genetic flaw. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Okay, so when you're saying a genetic flaw, then you must be, like comparing it to a genetic correctness. What is the genetic non-flaw?
He doesn't get it. He just does not fucking get it.
Well, I'm actually going to interrupt to get Rubik's in. But thank you so much, Clockwork. Welcome onto the girl deck.
Oh, sure. Drop me if you need to. It's all good.
Oh, no, not drop you, as in stick around. We just
Clockwork,
go after intros into open conversation.
You can get upset at me and freaking talk shit or whatever, but you're not gonna break my heart.
I'm not talking shit. I'm asking you, what do you understand? And you apparently do not understand.
Okay. I can ask you, what do you understand? You just asked me, what was the question you just asked me? Let's go over this again real quick. You asked me, what is the difference between the colors of eyes, right?
I said, do you know that blue eyes and green eyes and hazel eyes are a genetic flaw? And no, you don't.
A genetic flaw. Okay, so that literally implies that there was a genetic perfection in the first place. What was the genetic perfection in order for there to be a genetic flaw?
No, it doesn't. And you don't understand that. What's the difference between
I guess I don't understand it, that's for sure.
White skin and yellow skin and blue skin, if you want to go that way.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
Precisely.
Clockwork, it's an actual issue of definitions.
No, you want to get into the meaning of words, that's a whole different discussion.
Well, hey, man, if you're bringing this stuff up, why don't you just be like Jesus and correct us on it? Tell us what we don't know. Teach us. What are we wrong about?
I'm not.
What am I wrong about?
I never claimed to be Jesus.
No, I didn't say that. I said be like Jesus, just like Jesus said and told you to do.
Like Jesus. Be like Jesus.
I said be like Jesus. Oh, my God. Wow. When it comes to this extent, when people act like that, I don't know where to go with it. I said, okay, I'm sorry. Just this, like, if... what is the proper way... if you know what is correct, then why don't you go around telling the world what is correct?
It's not my job. I'm not your teacher.
That's what Jesus told you to do. I thought that's what Jesus says, right?
I don't give a fuck what Jesus says. I'm not your teacher.
Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. I'm not your fucking teacher.
Yeah, trust me. I did not take you on as my teacher either.
Well, then what good would it fucking do? If you're not going to take me on as a teacher, then what good would it fucking do? I'll be wasting my time.
Yeah, this is wisdom. Hey, you guys are all still there listening, right? What's the next topic? This shit ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, would you like me to try and explain it a little bit better when after
Yes.
Rubik's comes in? Okay. And Amy's got herself muted again. She always doesn't string.
Hello.
Hello, Rubik. Amy's got herself muted. She'll figure it out sooner or later.
Good. I keep on pressing it. I don't know why.
You're pressing the wrong button, Amy.
I know. My. Rubik's, we're gonna let you in, and then Bamesy, you can say whatever you want. But Rubik's, we are Skeptic Bible Studying. Welcome, and what are your thoughts about the subject or anything we would talk about?
So you were talking about genetic mutations and new genetic information not happening, Michael. I am living proof that genetic mutations arise. So I have a medical condition that's caused by a dominant trait. So if you have the allele for it, you have the condition. Nobody else in my family has it. Half the cases for this medical condition have no family history. So that is proof that, or very much evidence that new genetic information does happen. Does that make sense?
I wish I could say it did, because I know you're trying to say it sincerely, but no, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess
Why doesn't it make sense?
we're all working off our own personal informed field. You know what I mean? Like, we all know what we know. We're limited in our understanding, and so that's what communication's for. And I said, trying to it's very important to try to express what you're trying to say to the next person in a way that they can understand.
How can I explain it to you so that you can understand?
No, I'm not saying that you're not doing it. I'm just bringing up this random thought because that's how I think. But so with your saying that you have new genetic information, from what I understand, though, is that it is very, very rare that I don't know what they're called. You know, like the letters in doing DNA.
Yeah.
Like, from what I understand, those they have a limited upper amount, and then they can only go downward or entropy from there.
This medical condition is actually very, very common. As far as genetic mutations go, about 1 in 2,000 people have this, and half of those cases are from no family history. The way like genetic information, it's a error in translation, I think. When the base pairs are kind of crossing during gestation and development, it kind of the sperm and the egg, they exchange information, and sometimes it's errors.
Yeah.
A lot of times the errors do not cause any issues. Most of the time the error
neutral
does not affect anything, but sometimes it does, and can cause a lot of issues or benefits depending on.
Oh, exactly. Yes. Yep. I know. Trust me, I'm stupid. I really don't know very much about this stuff, but I can understand what you're saying. You know,
fair enough.
They used to say that like man was not, like, adults were not adept to be able to process dairy products, like milk and cheese
some are.
as well.
So that's actually a mutation as well.
Yeah.
So that happened, I think, around 10,000 years ago with a lot of the nomadic agricultural forgot the word, not farmers, but the word's escaping me. I'm sorry.
It's when we changed from nomadic to agrarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so that then they were using like the milk from the goats, the cows, the sheep, and then the people that had that mutation were able to survive off of that and not have ill effects.
Yeah, benefit off of it. Yeah. Man, I cannot imagine what it's like to not be able to drink milk. That has to freaking suck.
And there you go. My sister is lactose intolerant, and I'm not.
There's also a genetic. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're fine. I said what I had to say.
There's also a genetic mutation, but less than 1% of people have it, that makes them immune to HIV.
Oh,
it's actually a double deletion of the CCR5.
Yeah, I've heard of that. There's similar with other diseases too, such as like certain hepatitises. Yes, you're right.
And with a lot of places where there's a high rate of malaria, you see a lot of people with sickle cell anemia. But being heterozygous for sickle cell anemia is very beneficial. And malaria, there's a lot of malaria because that makes you immune to malaria, being heterozygous.
I don't think he knows what that means.
Being having these certain here's how I look at it. If evolution is true, that means that all of biological life on this planet, it fought its way into having these contingencies and redundancies and these abilities to survive. So
I mean, they fought. It happens. Mutations happen.
There's
no
fought to survive.
Mutations.
Well, if I could use a different
It
word,
fought to survive to get this far for it to be this way.
Well, Michael, you used the word survive at the end, but I would actually use survive to explain the entire concept, because survival of the fittest often gets confused for like survival of the strongest. But it's not that you have to out strength people. You could use strength, you can use stealth, you can and the human game, you can use communication. It is it's surviving long enough to pass on your genes.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, right there at the end. Yep. It's not about survival, it's really about survival until the point that you can reproduce.
Sure. Well, and that is why my definition of evolution is populations of genes mutating and the genes being selected for. And so you generally have a pressure. That pressure would be like natural selection, where the environment may be working as a pressure. You could have sexual selection, where we see with peacocks, where men actually, it's detrimental to have a beautiful peacock's a plume. I always forget the word. And yet when they do this, it attracts females. And so it has been selected for.
Actually, a new one that's been happening lately too. There's elephants that don't form tusks now just because they're being poached for the ivory. So if they don't have tusks, they're not going to be poached for the ivory. Yeah, that's it. That's a new thing that they've been noticing.
That pisses me off.
What, the elephants are surviving because they don't have tusks, or that they're being poached for their tusks?
Because they're being poached.
Yes, but now there's populations that don't have tusks anymore because of that.
And yep.
They don't form them at all.
We see the same phenomena with rattlesnakes in North America, because they're starting to evolve rattleless rattlesnakes, because the ones with the rattles are being killed because they're trying to warn people not to mess with them, And instead of people hearing the rattle and walking away, they're just shooting it. So snakes that that the mutation of being born without a rattle is actually becoming more advantageous.
Yeah, I heard that too. Hey, here's one question that I have. It's like a deeper one. So you guys like know the concept of the selfish gene and stuff like that, right? Well, like
Sure.
here's the thing. Like if we say that life started kind of randomly in abiogenesis and then it got its selfish gene, well like what is the force, what is the factor that causes these systems, these complex systems of organisms to even, have the urge to survive? What is it that, why do they have this priority to exist in the first place?
Because
what
if
I
they
mean?
didn't want to do that, then they would have died out, and we wouldn't be their
Yeah,
descendants.
but why do they want to live instead of die?
Well, I'll also point out that consciousness is the mechanism by which we collect energy, void, and sometimes mate on the macroscopic landscape. And there's actually heavy detrimental effects to us not wanting to survive. So, for example, you could say, I just don't feel like it anymore, and say, I don't want to collect food. I don't want to do my prime directive of being an animal. Well, you could, but you're going to have to overcome a drastic amount of pain. Is it really? And because the body is going to force you to find food, you can override it. You can really fight hard. But
it's very hard to override it.
Absolutely. Can I ask, though, you kind of said in there that are you going through depression? Or nihilistic feelings? I don't know what the existential questions.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I've gone through the whole thing, man. I've died multiple times, to be honest. And yeah, so I mean, I feel like it's just a constant thing that you go through. It's trying to find the energy that promotes you to survive.
I'm going to try and simplify this, and I apologize that this is going to be very long-winded. The aspect of where you say that life is random, no, it did not randomly occur. It just came into being through a process of chemical reactions. The aspect of why we actually want to make this chemical reaction continue, that's an aspect of abiogenesis. We cannot pin those down,
right?
Because of the mess of what the hypothesis of abiogenesis and the conflicting ideologies within that field. When you come down to the simplest principle, a fire doesn't burn because it wants to. It burns because it's a chemical reaction of oxygen, fuel, and heat. Once it's got those three ingredients, it just wants to keep going. It won't stop because it's got everything that it needs for those.
But you can't deny that if you're Frankenstein, then fire, bad, fire. Okay.
Yeah, but that's...
I can understand the analogy.
So,
no.
But if you look at
I understand the analogy, and I can see this.
So, like, what are you at your core, Michael? At your core, you're genetic material, right? So, like, if you look at the, like, what you actually are, if you look at, like, the RNA world hypothesis for abiogenesis, like, this just started because these chemicals, just by their nature of just the way they're structured, they like to make copies of themselves. They're mindless. They don't think about what they're doing. There's no intent. There's no purpose. There's no goal. It's just chemical reaction. And based on the chemical composition of the RNA, it likes to keep making copies of itself. And that's basically everything you have, like your entire body is set up to facilitate that. and everything is built around it. But at its core, it is this mindless chemical that just likes to copy itself because that's just what it likes to do.
I used to think that.
Well, you.
Go ahead.
And as I was explaining, the aspect of that chemical reaction is what started to create the organelles.
No, this is why.
The organelles weren't actually alive.
Trying to fuck up the conversation.
Oh, I can't tell who, but we are getting feedback.
So,
might be multiple. Send love.
It was Michael.
Probably me.
Michael, yeah.
Sorry. I was rolling a cigarette.
I don't.
Okay, so can I just say something real quick?
My headphones on.
So,
because
like,
you are.
Yeah, it might be.
Never mind.
Nope, you're sending love, Michael. I shouldn't have opened my mouth again because we are having a good time, and we actually appreciate that you are on here. We want more theists to come on here, even though we're trying to get everyone on Team Skeptic. Though it sounds like you're asking skeptical questions.
And I'm sorry, Aiden. I don't have.
Yeah, man. I want everyone to agree on the same thing because we're all the same.
Loud.
Jesus said, "When there are two or more gathered, it creates more power. When there are two more gathered, it is."
I believe it says two more gathered in my name, is I think what the passage says.
Yes, yeah. But
it's the weirdest.
That makes the point that two are that people have to gather under a single point of reasoning. Therefore, yeah.
So if two people gather to worship Amy's girl deck, then God is with them.
But this is also why I apologize. If you look in chat, you can see that people have said that we're just chemicals doing chemical stuff, and then XE was correct in saying that these are just emergent properties. It's why I'm trying to make it as simple as possible to explain that life, as we define it, isn't actually life, because where is the layer between life? Viruses themselves are not actually alive. The first things that actually existed, the first organelles, weren't actually alive. They basically existed not as a chemical doing chemically stuff. They existed as an organelle that was actually interacting with their environment. But at the same time, they didn't have the same imperatives that we as a living organism do. And because abiogenesis is a hypothesis with so many conflicting ideas, some of them could be right, some of them could be wrong. All of them could actually have aspects that are right, and all of them could also be wrong. This is why you cannot say that, okay, this is the point in which the chemical reaction became an emergent property, then this emergent property is why we want to make for continuation and propagation of ourselves. So to answer your question as simple as possible, there is no point in our existence in which you could point at this is when we became emergent for the idea of a selfish gene.
It's very hard to draw that line between life and non-life.
Well, I also think, and I'll let you respond, Michael. I just want to say, it seems to be that viruses, in my lay opinion, seem to be the barrier of life and death. They're not death. I shouldn't even say life and death. I should say life and non-life. Yes.
I consider they're like biological machines in a way.
They have a lot of traits.
Material.
Yeah, just like James was saying, they
like a machine made out of biological components.
And I'm not 100% sure. It'd be very interesting to see if virus communities react to light and things like that. But by the time they are up to bacteria, they are reacting like that to light and photosynthesizing and things like the photosynthesation came a little bit later. But they are doing interesting things as just single-celled organisms. In fact, if they had never been multi-celled, there'd still be a range of very fascinating separating points of bacteria.
Interesting enough, they actually think
Yeah.
sometime, it was last year, they were able to make something called xenobots, which are artificial life form based off of frog cells that self-replicate. I can post a link in the private chat.
Didn't they do the same
No,
thing with
I
some
know
type of
exactly what you're
silicate
talking about.
at some point?
Question.
Citing my source.
What do you guys think about COVID?
Well, can I just say that COVID is an example of evolution, and not only that, but it's an example of evolution whether I would say you go the conspiracy theory or not, because either way you would have to either natural evolution or artificial evolution. Either way, you would have to say it is some sort of speciation.
Well, my point was I've been telling people for a while that that we evolved or came alongside with viruses. Viruses are intimately connected to us, right?
So that
like
is true in a way. Viruses and viruses and bacteria are sending love to Rex, but we have what's it called? We have our gut bacteria. We have viruses. I also like to think of ourselves, once again, very lay interpretation, but I look at ourselves as little ecosystems. And so we have a whole bunch of other organisms with us.
In our genetic code, the retrovirus.
You could see the entire planet as a biosphere, as an organism.
Sure. So yes and no.
Sorry.
Well, can I? No. Well, no. It's funny. We have a hippie meter on here, and we can't let it go over. Because that you would think that's
otherwise.
You would
Church
think
of
that's us.
Jen will show up.
Sending love, Jen. Well, I always joke. It's like I have a lip ring and a nose ring, so you think I should be shoving crystals up my hoo-ha.
But she does that just for fun, not because she thinks they're magic.
But let me tell you the difference. Let me tell you where you're right and where you're wrong. Because you're right on one level. The planet is alive as an ecosystem, as in like as we live, we eat off organisms, and as we eat the organisms, we will eventually one day die, in which we will give nutrients to the system. And in that way, we are a kind of a floating ecosystem. I'll tell you one way in which we're not. And this is the George Carlin in me. But it's just the thing that we just want to keep in the back of our mind, that the planet is a rock, and that at its real core level, it doesn't care whether we live or die. If we die, the planet will just go and won't really matter that much. And so it has to be up to us to do the caring and do the loving, because at the end of the day, the planet won't. It's just us.
And Amy, just a quick point down. The planet itself is not actually a rock. It's called an aggregate mineraloid. It's not actually a rock.
With your asterisk. I'll accept your asterisk. Okay, that's okay.
Not just that. It is a model, a system that can completely, it has clearly allowed for this amazing blooming of diversity of biological life. This planet is really, really specific in its ability to allow for life. The system itself, the entire freaking solar system. Sorry.
It sounded like you wanted to use a word, and then you thought better of it, and you changed course, and that word was special, and you used specific. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Sending love.
Yeah.
But that
You got that,
is the... Hey, I'm sending...
Amy's good at fishing out the creationism.
The girl. The girl deck.
Flushed out
I
that
love that you notice it.
Well, I appreciate it that you're actually trying to like give olive branches to us and stuff like that. So because that is the big thing, is that I think that there are good reasons for why. Because I'll tell you why. I think there are specific reasons for why we're on here and they're not special. That's why I kind of have that dichotomy, because I think that we're carbon-based life forms and made out of liquid water and walking on a planet that just has a whole bunch of safety. We have Jupiter not collects a lot of comets and stuff.
Moon too.
Yep.
Look at the moon. The moon is
Yeah.
all scarred up.
Look at the moon.
This conversation is being recorded.
I often think about like how, I'll think about things that I should appreciate, and I'll think about, it could be worse if it was this way, and then I start to think, but man, the way these things work, they seem to be so intelligent, like as if they already knew that these problems were going to happen, and then it readjusted to better accommodate life with dealing with these problems. And here's another thing that I want to bring up
that
too as well.
evolution is a conscious thing. It's not conscious. It's random. The fact that life is adapted to its environment is because if they're not adapted to their environment, they will not survive to pass on their genes. That is why that happened.
Yeah.
It's not evolution is not a conscious thing. It happens.
It's a force of nature.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, but okay, so why do you again actually I did never mind, I'm not gonna ask the question again, you guys already tried to answer it.
I can
another question.
I don't know if I try to explain it, I can try to answer
Rubik
it.
wants to try it.
Okay, so what is it that gives these systems any sort of priority to continue to survive? Just the fact that they exist or something, or why do they have a priority to continue to survive?
Life seeks to avoid pain and to seek pleasure. Dying is not really something that most living things want to do. It's a
I would say, and that's because our ancestors wanted to live, and they passed their genetics down to us, so we are more predisposed to wanting to live. Because if our ancestors did not want to live, they would not have reproduced, and it would have fell out of the gene code.
Yeah, but if you're following the line of evolution, you have to take that all the way backwards through time to the original life.
But
like,
let me say
why would it have it a?
I think I can convince you of why we're here. I really do. Maybe I am foolish. And Rubik's also, I feel bad because I'm interrupting you, so also feel bad or feel free to interrupt me. But like, you want to know at different segments of why life arose. But I think there's a few different questions that we have to ask here, which is, why did life arise? And I guess just, even though I've said some myself, can I ask you, why do you think life is on this planet?
Great. I love questions. Okay. So the reason, this is how I look at everything. I see the universe as a novelty producing machine. Okay. So, and then when I look around at all life and the variety of it, I see it as being so, wait, I just got cut off. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're good. And that's my brain half the time of the week.
Oh, where's page? Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, again. So when I look at life, I look at all of the diversity of the biosphere. I see all this diversity, and my assumption is that whatever this force is that allows for life and diversity, it does it intelligently. It diversifies because diversity gives the higher chance of survivability. Period. But the question is, why does it have that predisposition in the first place
It's not intelligently
to
done. It
survive?
has that predisposition because if you have an advantageous gene, you're more likely to pass that gene on. That is it.
And an
See,
advantageous gene could just be a desire to
but
live, that you want to live. That could be passed down.
but see, can I tell you the
But
difference between your answer and my answer, Michael? And maybe we could just compare them. When I asked you
Sure.
why life was here, and tell me if I strawman you, but you seem to say that life is here because we can look at life arose because we can look at the diversity, and from that diversity, we can start to understand that an intelligence had to create that or make that.
Maybe I was mistaken the question. So it was your question specific. Why did life arise? Question mark.
I guess I
That's funny. I
wanted
keep
to
saying
start.
question mark because I'm using text to talk.
Hey, you're okay. Well, I feel like when people ask, especially creationists, they're like, "Why are we here?" Like the type of question I hate to say, the type of question you fear as a parent when your child stares at you for the first time and says, "Mommy, Daddy, why are we here?" And when you get that question, it is generally, you could look at that as many layers. Like, why are we here? You could say, well, why are we here?
But just to make it
I can
clear,
answer why we're here.
when I say this, it's you guys who are the child asking the question, not me.
I can answer why we're here.
I'm promoting it in such a
Well,
way
I mean,
that
I feel
you
like I
guys
could answer
who are
that. I feel like I could answer that too, and I apologize. I don't mean to compare you to a child. I also feel like there's a battle in these atheist and theist circles to figure out which one is the one acting like
I do not
the
take
teacher and which
offense
one
to that,
isn't.
man.
No, sure, but
I see reality pure.
my question, I guess why I brought up child is because those are the type why questions are the type of questions you can get from children until you want to like throw them over the yard, because it's like why and you can oh no, I threw him over the fence. No, is it what is that movie where shoot, she is in a school and it's like
Matilda?
Churgenberg. Yes.
What movie? Oh, Matilda.
Picks them up.
Amateur.
But no, the reason why I say why, an atheist, theist, we all do it, is because Rubik's. I bet they were about to explain very eloquently one of the answers for why we here. The problem with why questions is you could break the why question up into many slices. In fact, I'll show you how many slices just really quick. Why are we here? Well, because our parents had sex. Why? Well, because that's the mating process of organisms. Why? Well, because back long ago, there was kind of a multicellular race between fungus, plants, and animals. Why? Well, it turned out there was a mutual relationship between both of these organisms for the same well. They were actually doing it over here in bacteria, who also just on their own are having photosynthetic material, but they aren't doing it like the multicellular species. Why? Well, because they're just doing it by themselves. They're just cloning themselves and going on. Why? Well, I guess you could go back all of life when we really went back to 4.5 billion years ago, and that is where life started to originate. Do you understand? So you can go back and back and back, and
I
then
have
it
a
would go.
really good way to stop a kid from asking. I work with children. I ask,
Sure.
why do you think?
Floor is yours.
I put it on them. I ask, why do you think that happens? And
Sure.
then they have to think about it.
Well, and that I agree with that method too.
But
That's
why?
kind of
Yeah.
but why? But-
I do the opposite thing. I actually overload them with the information. But the problem with the question, Michael, is there are 3 points in which you could actually say that life had key features. The first is when inorganic became organic material. We don't know entirely how that works. That again has multiple hypotheses. The second part is when the organic material actually became life. That is the point in which you're actually asking, where did the desire for continuation actually comes from? That is even worse because of the aspect of cross-gene transfers, both asexual and multisexual reproduction. There, you could never pin down the reason of what initially caused it and how it became the prominent selection to becoming an inherent trait.
Unless you're into that, then you can pin them down.
The easiest way to put it is the question you're asking is very difficult to answer because there is no real solid answer that we can give you because we don't understand enough about that period of time within the development of from organic to life. This is the biggest problem with that is
But
it's incredibly difficult to study.
We have a very
because
short time
where is
period
the
of
line?
recording.
No, it's not the aspect of a short period of recording. Fossilization of non-rigid membranes is incredibly rare. That was also a period of about 2.5 billion years. So we have to find the correct sort of rocks that haven't actually been eroded and to be lucky enough to find microbial organelle that actually is not organic matter, but it's also not life yet. Somewhere like a virus, but not a virus.
But also proposing a supernatural deity as the cause of life is called God of the Gaps. It is a common fallacy.
Yeah. Question begging, God of the gaps. It's numerous fallacies.
Yeah.
Just because we don't know for sure does not mean it had to be a god or a supernatural force.
Yep. I understand God of the Gaps. I don't promote to that. People get into that stuff a lot. It's sort of funny that people argue about it all over the internet. Oh, is it basically they're talking about, is there a fucking like a basically what's the word where matter and energy can pop in and out of existence, but that I don't think that's what they're really talking about, you know.
Tunneling.
I can explain that to you as
Virtual
well.
particles.
But that's getting into some very, very complex areas in it. To some people, it would seem like I'm talking a completely different lange. When you're
my
talking,
background's in human origins, my educational background. So I could talk your off about that.
You guys have to understand that, like, I'm not someone who's taken any particular stance, but I am taking into account everything that I learned from everyone, including creationists and IED and you guys and everything.
We're not trying to be hard on you or anything. We're just trying to.
I also just want to
engage
put
with-
out that we are sponsored by YooHoo, so you should take as much advice from them. They are fantastic. We should all drink more chocolate milk.
the other aspect is you've got to realize that I'm actually a pagan. I'm not an atheist. I have two conflicting ideas. One exists within reality. That's where I'm a naturalist because I'm also a geologist. And one aspect exists outside of reality. It's why I can separate my beliefs from my aspect of reality and be able to operate within reality.
Night Clockwork, sending love. Thank
Good
you for
night.
being on the panel. And we got 20 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and
We
then
extended it.
Exactly. We extended the girl deck
20 minutes.
Michael, you
You want us to stay longer?
may
Yeah.
feel I know you may feel like you are the odd man out, but we actually love this kind of thing, so we actually stayed on longer just because you were with us. So it was actually a lot of fun. I will
To be
actually
fair,
have
you're
to
asking
say,
good questions. You're engaging, honestly.
I
so
do want to say out there, I do not believe that bacteria have a will. Actually, I would say I'm not sure that bacteria want to live. In fact,
I don't think they do.
I am the person that keeps on saying that the only beings that have a consciousness are animals. It's the one branch of life that we know of. It is the only organisms in the universe right now that we know of that has a will, that has thoughts, feelings, that has the type of things that are not only conscious but sentient and introspective. I do not think. Woo! Thank you for patience.
Yeah.
Listen, there are some things that you gotta reach for. Not only are they your partner, but
Right.
at 6 a.m. in the morning, but also you.
Have you guys ever heard? Have you guys ever heard this, like, this concept or phrase or something like that? But the concept is like that the difference between us and animals is that we have the capacity to think about God, the capacity to think about something that is like a greater system above ourselves.
How do you know?
That's kind of fun.
I would disagree with.
How do I know what?
Well, so here's the thing. Here is the good and the bad that I'll argue with this, because what I would say are, what are gods? I would say gods are a false positive.
Yep.
And so the fact that other animals cannot give false positives, I really don't
we have
think
to keep talking
is
about this.
Woo-hoo. And I don't think it's a positive or negative in any direction. And I'll tell you why it's a false positive. What are we as animals doing? Well, and once again, I know many Christians may find this insensitive, or the Abrahamic faiths, but long ago, we said Thor makes lightning. We made that attachment. What are we doing when we say Thor makes lightning? We are anthropomorphizing a natural phenomena. We are kind of attaching something that is ourselves to something that really has nothing to do with us. And so what do we do to just stretch that concept out a little bit more? What is Yahweh doing? He's a universe creator. He's just creating universes. We don't know what starts the universe, if that's even an intelligible concept. And so we anthropomorphize it. And so what in inevitability we are patting ourselves on the back for is we're saying we are the ones who could get false positives. We're the ones who can say Thor makes lightning. We're the ones who can say Yahweh makes universes. And while that may be true right now, I don't think it's something we should be proud of.
There actually is evidence that our ancestors, that actually it's a separate branch, technically, the Neanderthals, so they had rituals and they had religion. There's evidence in the records of them, like some of the cave paintings, they buried their dead, like ritualistically.
Well, and can I just say, and Michael, also cut in any time. I know, once again, because I know it's all of us. But one of the things that I have found correlated with the mirror test, once again, correlation is not causation, but it just seems like these beings that are highly intelligent, who have highly developed feelings and are introspective, they all seem to have reverence for the dead. And so you see this with elephants, who get very quiet when they come across elephant bones that are not even like their own. And we see this with ravens and crows. And so could a religion or a culture even form around things like that thousands, millions of years ago, or years ago in the future? Who knows? But just like Rubik's was saying, we already know that there are other apes definitely that have been doing it, and it seems to just be
And culture is something
for-
that's very hard to define.
Sure.
It's extremely hard to define. Like, there's a lot of different definitions, but not all of, but they don't always get, you can't get the nuance of, there's always going to be an exception. Like, if you say, oh, it's tool use. Well, do chimpanzees have culture? They use tools, basic tools.
Absolutely.
It's a very complicated thing, and it's not necessarily just unique to humans or hominins in general.
Like, what do you guys think about actually like the nature of diversity? I know that like people say that diversity, we'll talk on the laws of physics, but it's really not. I mean, like, we have the fundamentals and the constants, but when it comes down to chemistry, that's a whole different thing. There is some real when it comes to creation. You know that
How old do you think
there are
Earth
new chemical bonds that are being found.
How old do you think the Earth is, Michael? Just so I can know where you're coming from.
We'll do it. But
Are you of
okay.
the mindset of a young
I
Earth
don't know,
or an old Earth?
but this is
Just
let
so
me.
I know where you're coming
I am
from.
of the mindset of it is a hard question. I am of the mindset of an older Earth, but
Okay.
in reality, the fucking facts, they actually point towards me to a young Earth. So basically, I am lying to myself when I believe in the old Earth. I am burying my soul right here.
So why do you lie to yourself?
I guess actually I believe in young Earth, but for some reason I can't get it out of my head that the old Earth is old. I don't.
Why do you think it's young?
Why do I think it's young?
Well, wait, actually, and I will say,
so why do I think it's?
And I will say, at the very end, I'll give you credit, Michael. At the very end, it sounded like your gut was telling you it's old.
Well, that's what my gut assumed when people told me. Here's the thing: we're born, and then we go to school, and then people tell us this, that, and the other, and then we're freaking taught that shit throughout fucking elementary school all the way through graduation, and then you just automatically believe it, and then you turn out, you go and actually look into the reality of the way things work,
Michael,
and none of this shit is
can I
actually
freeze you
specific
for 1
as it
second
claims to be. It's not systematic.
Not at all.
Okay.
But can you say that everything you just said also applies to algebra?
Also, yeah.
I mean, that
Algebra
would be my
and
biggest
geometry?
thing. Yeah, as in like they teach this shit from early on.
What point are you trying to make?
Well, I guess my
what do you think about the moon?
Oh my, it's right behind me. But and
I know.
but
You started off kind of reasonable. Now it's like the mask is coming off. Here we
go. The reason why I bring up algebra is because you were like, well, they teach you this from a young age, and you just accept it, and then you don't really question it. And not only could be said about religion, but I also feel like that's how they teach physics and like biology and chemistry.
Explain to him about the school books. What would happen
it's
if
way
they
different than that, man. No, that's not a good
if the
comparison.
science books disappeared? Tell me.
Well, it is.
Go ahead.
It's my Ricky Gervais quote, which is just that you could destroy every religious text right now, And chances are, if they were to reform, humans were to write them again, almost none of them would align up. But if you were to destroy every science text right now,
You bring up
wipe them all
honest
out,
points. I like
then
that.
thank you. And I appreciate you just, as you said, you're kind of bearing out your soul. I like to say here your metaphorical soul, but we know what you're talking about. You could take every science textbook in comparison and you could burn them all. And slowly but surely, each and every fact was in a science textbook would be rediscovered. It'd be exactly the same.
All the elements
that's how science
are going to be
works.
the same elements. They're going to weigh the same. They're going to react the same. I
wish I had thought of that.
They're always going to be the same.
I just want to answer this question really quickly. Amy, are you a human being or just being human? That is a little... I feel like... So the first one I definitely am, and the second one only applies when I'm in a sitcom. Then I'm just being human.
Good
but
sitcom.
like... Exactly. But like, it's just nested hierarchy. I was trying to have this with, was it P-Town the other day, where it was backstage, but I feel like it's not that bad, spicy of a backstage conversation that I could say this live. It's like, when do I stop being a mammal? Well, I mean, never. Everything I do is kind of human-y. Just like everything I do is kind of primate-y and kind of mammal-y and kind of multicellularly.
It's so funny that when you tell them you're a mammal, they're like, yeah, okay, so what? Of course you're a mammal. But if you tell them you're an ape, they're like, whoa, what the fuck? You're not an ape.
Exactly. And that's why it's so weird. If you just go middle, if you just go mammal, and I have a Northeast accent, I somehow sound like I'm quote unquote from Philly, but somehow I sound like I'm from Boston. I somehow sound like I'm from New York. I somehow sound like I'm from Philly all at once. And so I'm just here representing
all up in that New England.
I can go into why we're classified as apes.
Sure.
So the front-facing eyes with color vision, generally. There are some exceptions to color vision, but those are mutations. There's a dental pattern of 2, 1, 2, 3. That's common in all apes and old world monkeys. But the lack of the tail is what makes us apes. Those are like very like basic categorizations. The 2, 1, 2, 3 is 2 incisors, 1 canine, 2 premolars, 3 molars. If you cut your skull in half, like up and vertically. So.
And actually, Michael, can I sell you one last point on evolution? Because evolution seems to be this proxy war for atheism or theism for whatever reason. But like, I have to ask you, you look at an orangutan, and I know the camera stopped, but I assure you that I am not an ape.
Then what are you?
No, I assure you, you are an ape. You are 100%.
Science classification.
How many times did I have to tell Ken Hovind
you like
that
it or not.
He still didn't get it?
Not liking science doesn't make it not true.
Ken was getting mad. He kept saying, "Oh, you're probably going to say I'm an ape again." And I said, "Yeah, I am."
Yeah, Ricardo, evolution doesn't say that a cat's going to turn into a monkey in its lifetime. That's not what evolution claims.
No, that's not at all. That
it doesn't even claim
millions of years ago. They can't jump laterally on the tree.
It doesn't even neither. We're Homo sapiens sapiens. Bonobos and chimpanzees are very close relatives. The separation between humans and chimps was about 6 to 8 million years ago. That's when we split.
You tell me who that looks like. You could say me, but I mean, seriously, you tell
Conan
me
O'Brien?
That doesn't look, I know, like a human. Like, come on. Trust your eyes.
A hairy
please.
human, but a human.
I'm sorry. Yes. Please. Just, like, you don't see any resemblance there. It kills me on the inside.
Jamie Heineman.
Oh, yeah, a little bit from Mythbusters, yeah. The protruding
And
lip,
I
the
like
upper
to
lip,
think
yeah.
we are the adult version of Mythbusters. So great to have him on the show.
But do you think speciation occurs, Michael? Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yes, we will say
He's in the side chat, so you
sending
can
love
probably talk to him. He probably hear you.
He was sending love. In fact, I will say, can I actually ask, or not even say, this is a fantastic example. And we're going to wrap up in a few more minutes.
We're not a bonobo or chimpanzee,
but
we are
we are exactly in between. In fact, if you look at bonobo and chimpanzee culture, patriarchal, extremely warlike. All they do is go to war and conquer each other all day. Bonobo, matriarchal. All they do is sit there nonstop and have orgies. Okay?
Basically,
So,
yeah.
If you want to see where we are, just do you see where I'm going here? Oh, there we go. We found it.
And
it's not that
chimpanzees and bonobos
chimpanzees
aren't the only apes.
It's not that chimpanzees don't have sex, and it's not that bonobos never fight. It's just where they what they tend to gravitate towards.
Exactly. No, there's in between, but if you just look at humans, it tends to be we just have violent orgies apparently. What did we call it? Jen's favorite word?
We call that
Socratic
identity
gangbang.
politics.
Yeah, but yeah, there's the apes are the greater apes are chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and humans, and gibbons are lesser apes because they're smaller, but they're still classified as apes. That should be all.
Are gorillas on there?
What?
Are gorillas on there?
Oh yeah, gorillas. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost 4 in the morning. My mind's not working.
Who's got the dogs?
Yes. But yeah, gorillas, chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, humans, and gibbons.
I was gonna say that's the proper answer to that question is ooh. Okay, it's just like Rubik's and Beansy are like, excuse me, we are relaying proper information. We are trying to help people. And we're glad to have you here, actually. To say sane and rational things. Not that our none of our other panelists would ever not say. We actually enjoyed having them on, even the ones that, once again, they could talk. Come on here. Maybe a microphone is not that expensive. And so that's my little pet peeve there. It's like they want to spread the word of Jesus, but you know what's holding them down? $10. If they could just get $10. Once again, not hating on anybody because money is always hard to come by. It just seems like if that's the one thing holding you down from spreading Jesus, and then we're going to hell because of that. Damn.
Spreading Jesus on your morning toast.
Exactly.
Along with
but we had a
Vegemite.
We'll have a nice evening, nice night, and nice rock and woodworks.
Good night, Rock
We've
and
been
Woodworks.
having fun.
One of our
That's
Christian
right.
friends out
$10 in this economy. You must be crazy. That is true. And look, I am not shaming nobody. It just seems like there has been harder obstacles in Jesus's life. If that. But
My
4
favorite...
minutes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. 4 minutes, panel. If you're a creationist and you want to prove the Bible, now is your time. This is the last chance. But rubrics, right back to you.
I was going to say, you should look at some of the Gnostic Gospels, the ones that were deemed not to go in the Bible. My favorite's the Gospel of Thomas.
Oh, that's
where 5-year-old Jesus literally goes and kills everybody.
I remember that.
I
That was
disagree
the
with him.
one where they're like, "Thou shalt make a 4 for 4."
I'm not sure exactly, but there's the infancy gospel about Jesus at 5 years old, and he throws tantrums and kills people with his tantrums.
Might be a little bit different.
In Islam, I think they believe Jesus was speaking like right at birth. Like,
I don't know that, but I do know a lot of Muslims, and Jesus is a prophet like Muhammad or Abraham.
Yeah, they call him Isa usually.
Yeah, they retcon a little bit, get him back in there. You gotta play something for the fans, but you know, we can't have him coming back from the dead. That'd be weird.
But yeah,
Got a fan out there.
oh,
It all
thank
depends on
you.
the denomination. It's a matter of
Thank
whether
you.
they define if he was actually killed or not, because some say he was never truly killed.
And my thing,
Some
you
say
know,
he never
'cause
even existed.
James, I was gonna say James and Oz hashtag think that he did not exist. I just, if he didn't come back from the dead, he was a charismatic rabbi who got killed by the state. Cool. It happens, unfortunately.
He pissed off the wrong people, and
yeah, I don't think you should kill religious minorities, even if they're being rebellious. However, it's not miraculous. It happens. Actually, it happens a lot in history.
well, you got to remember the other people being crucified by the Romans next to him were supposedly just common thieves. So pretty much anything you did back then, you could earn your being nailed to a tree.
Oh my.
Yeah, my minor was in Latin, so I can go on and on about some of the torture stuff they did.
What, like Inquisition or ancient Roman?
Like ancient Latin. Like my favorite is the tunica molesta, which is which translates to the annoying cloth. And they dubbed it in basically something similar to napalm, put it on the prisoner and lit it on fire.
Like
I just said molester and it was go on.
Yes, tunica molesta. It means annoying tunic.
Yeah, and that's what I said. You said molester and it was just go on.
That is where we get that word from, though.
Please. But yeah, the Nero, he did that with like the street lights, but he put Christians in the torches to be burned. That's why they think he was the original Antichrist.
So if Jesus died quickly on the cross, that means he didn't really suffer. So it wasn't really a good sacrifice because he just died quickly, not the long, drawn-out death.
I mean, he was supposedly beaten pretty severely before that, and then it probably still would have taken him at least a couple hours to succumb on the cross. It was not a pleasant death. Well, you're right. I mean, there are definitely worse ways to die. There are things that you can happen that are more cruel. Yeah.
I've heard drowning's actually a fairly peaceful way to go.
I can't imagine it, but
because eventually you pass out and then you're not
after
aware that
your lungs fill with water. I mean,
but after like a couple minutes, you go unconscious.
Well, right, but I mean, you would still have the sensation of your lungs being filled with water. You swallow like a few drops of water, and you're hacking and coughing for a few minutes afterwards. It is a very violent reaction having
good point
water in your lungs. But
it's also like if you go ahead.
Oh no, I just like to bring up sometimes to Christians, if you could go back in time and take Jesus off the cross, would you? And almost never do I get a yes. They're like, no. The barbecue needs to have something to barbecue.
Well, I mean, otherwise, according to their theology, they wouldn't be able to go to heaven.
Yeah.
God came up with the Jesus thing as a loophole, so you wouldn't have to send everybody to hell because the rib woman may have picked fruit from the wrong tree.
And this is the last thing, and I will say, and then we are going to move into outros.
Jesus sodomizing the fig tree.
Oh my! No, but we like reviewing videos, but you need to also have sound. The Queen and King podcast, I will keep on saying, is sound. You can have lots of video. However, this is not the right format for video. People will listen all day to clear sound, even if it has shitty 140p video.
Because you could be doing the dishes. You're not even watching the video. You're just
Indeed.
listening.
So, keep on coming on here. You can keep on. You can talk with Titan in Discord, but we want theists on here. In fact, there is only, I think, 3 or 4 people in our entire history we have banned, and you're not one of them, at least on here. So,
I mean, the thing is, Titan gives them warrant. Him and Bubblegum, they both antagonize him, and they were both basically just pushing their limit to the extreme.
To the limit. Cha-cha, cha-cha. But yes, I mean, when we get theists on here, our views just spike. Like, when it's just skeptics and all people just saying rational, sane, and reasonable things, people are like, okay, whatever. We hear that in our skeptic and ranting community every day.
Just imagine having an orgy of globe Earth. We're all just talking about how nice it is that the world is a globe, but then you get one flurf in there, and it suddenly becomes, yeah.
Oh, the spice. See, just like that. Why are you even talking, James W.? How could you possibly know if a God exists or not?
I don't. We have no reason to think he does, though.
Yeah, I take the stance. I do not know, but the evidence does not support the existence of a God.
Because we're not, like, completely hard atheists. Well, sometimes, but, you know.
Well, I mean, sometimes
atheism,
we are, but that's just because a partner is having a good time. Yeah. What were we talking about?
Funny enough, a lot of the theories about where religion came from was humans getting high as shit on things. Yes.
That might be part of it.
And fun fact, some of the cave paintings are animated. If you have like a lantern and you swing it, they're animated. Which is really cool.
I have a prop lantern, but my partner is sleeping, so I'm not going to go grab it.
Well, okay, but if there's a God completely hiding himself, then we'll never be able to detect him anyway, so why would we even waste time speculating about it? I mean, God could be a unicorn or an invisible unicorn orbiting Mars, and you could never disprove that, but we still have no reason to think it's true.
Indeed.
I have a joke theory that narwhals evolved from unicorns because whales evolved from a horse-like creature. So that would make sense. And also, the King James Version of the Bible mentions unicorns. Just the King James Version.
As we saw tonight.
I cannot believe it. We read unicorns in tonight's chapter.
Yeah, it's also in Job, but only the King James Version. That's the only version.
And as you know, Rubik's, the evolutionists, they like to claim that living organisms, they die, and sometimes, less than 1% of the time, though, they can become a fossil. And, we know that this is not true because we're the unicorn fossils. We have never found a unicorn fossil, but the Bible says they were alive, so something's not adding up here.
We've also found mummified dinosaurs, and we actually did like a CAT scan of one and found what its last meal was, which is wild to me.
What was it eating?
I forgot what, but I'll find it. It was semi-recent within the past couple of years. But the fact that happened is so it had to be the exact kind of conditions for that to happen.
And I mean, what better evidence do you need that the Bible is not a book of fairy tales than the fact that it mentions dragons?
Yes.
Yeah, and they may have believed they were real at the time. Yeah. Doesn't sound like the work of a deity. Sounds like the work of ancient man being ancient man.
We should run a Bible study. Shouldn't we? This is James. We're going to get down to the bottom of this.
Oh. Come on, Ricky Ricardo. We got you.
So the dinosaur ate stems, twigs, and ferns.
Of course,
That
a
was
lot
a
of the
fast
stuff I
meal.
say is intentionally hyperbolic, but I think
So-
most people get it.
I'll post it.
No, dragon has nothing to do with dinosaurs.
But Ricardo, do you believe that the Earth is closer to 6000, or do you think that the Earth is closer to 450000000? That's all we really need.
The other thing is, Ricardo, on the island of Komodo, what are the large monitor lizards they're called?
Well, he's not in here, so.
It's in chat.
Oh yeah, he can type it in before we blurt it out.
And do
But-
you
but
want
I
me
mean,
to show
like-
this, Rubik's?
So if you want, it's a pop science thing. I can find a more reputable source if you want, but it's more of a pop science link. But if you'd like, you can. Yeah.
It's not an official paper, but it's
Reid's
still...
armor-plated dinosaur beautifully preserved 110 million years later. Pretty cool. Check it out. This is on Science Alert, but I'm sure if you Googled that, you will find it.
In National
Oh, see,
Geographic.
science is on camera. Oh, he was on camera. Now he very quickly turned it off.
National Geographic had it too, but that's a paywall that I don't pay for.
Completely understandable. I'll keep on saying it. We want theists to come on here. Atheists want theists to come on here. But I'm also I'm going to defend. Titan has put up with so much of our shenanigans that I at least have to defend him to where you can come on here, give us voice, or get Titan to convince us. I don't know what else to.
Well, you know, Ricardo. I mean, isn't it funny though that in the Bible, they mention many different types of animals very clearly. But for the biggest, most amazing, the coolest animals around, they just all get lumped into the category of dragons. It's because it's the only, you have to try to hide dinosaurs somewhere in the Bible because obviously the people who wrote it never saw anything about it. But they mentioned dragons, so we can just lump them in with that one.
And giants.
Dinosaurs are obviously planted there by the devil.
Well, and that is
Confuse
one
us.
theory that is one theory that came about when we first started finding the dinosaur fossils, was that the devil planted them there to test your faith. Are you going to believe what the Bible says, or are you going to believe the bones in the ground?
Well, what we're actually going to do is head into the
People never saw dinosaurs.
Outros. I
I'm
was about to
sorry.
say open, but you're full
No
of
human
nonsense.
has ever
Of
seen a
course,
live dinosaur.
people
ever.
saw dinosaurs. What the? Well, and did I get it? Did we ever get an answer on closer to 6,000 or closer to
No, he didn't.
4.5 billion? 'Cause
You're,
that's my real.
you have a handful of cave drawings that very vaguely depict something that maybe kind of could look like a dinosaur. That is far from the evidence that we would need to conclude that, considering
Are you
we
talking
have
about the
many
Ica or no?
I was talking specifically about cave art. I know the Ica stones are
Known
considered
hoax.
to be fraud. They're not real, but we have tons of depictions of animals from the ancient world. Very clearly identifies exactly what they are. You can clearly make out a lion, tiger. You can tell exactly what they are, but we don't have
I
anything
do
like
not
that for dinosaurs.
understand. Like, this is it kills me in the heart. I know for 60 to 70% probability that you're an American, just like me and James and I. You could tell because that I have an American education system because I put myself first, and it just hurts me that there are so many people out there that believe the world is 6,000 years old. 6,000 years old. because this is why we haven't been to Mars yet. I love you though, Ricardo. I really do. We love all of our theists. They always take that and like they hear that and it's like ad hominem, just keep on having it.
But look
how insulting someone isn't ad hominem. Dismissing somebody because of the kind of person they are is ad hominem.
But like, get
Like,
over
imagine
it.
that,
It
like-
doesn't bother me. Like, good. I'm over it because it doesn't bother you in the least.
To believe like the world is 6,000 years old, like you would have to begin with that presupposition, and then you literally have to go through almost everything in the natural world and come up with some kind of strange ad hoc explanation, and you have to do that almost everything. You need to invent all these crazy explanations to try to explain away almost everything that we see. I don't get it. Either all these crazy explanations that they come up with are right, or maybe the Earth is just way older.
But
But
it's just religion. Like the only reason you think the Earth is 6,000 years old is because of this book,
Ancient
saying
Man,
a thing.
Funny
And
enough, 6,000. Sorry,
anything.
go ahead.
No, finish. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the 6,000 years is actually about when writing first is found, which I find very interesting that it correlates with when writing happened.
Well, I'll actually explain that because my common thing with the fundies, what annoys me so much about the fundies is that for 3,000 to 5,000 years, it was just the Jews getting drunk around the fire, making shit up. And then what happened is someone had the brilliant idea to write it down. And the moment that they wrote it down, then like the new prophet, because a prophet was just a storyteller, came along, and all the people like behind them were like, hey, it says that thing in a book. You can't change that. This is God. And then all of a sudden, you have these people that no longer, it's actually about how older it is, how more unchanged that it is the higher purity test.
When did language begin? Well, language probably began like humans did in Africa.
And I'll say this, and then I know Rubik's wants to say something, and then we're going to go into our thing, and I'm going to do a magic... Actually, I'm going to do a magic trick in a second. Michael Smith, Newman, you could use the Fermi paradox for your argument points, too. I talk about the Fermi paradox because I always like to think we use the Fermi paradox as this meter because we're like, damn. If just every civilization, if life was out there and it was as intelligent like us, it would solve the Fermi paradox. However, I will continue to remind everyone that we do not solve the Fermi paradox for anyone else. We cannot, we barely leave low Earth orbit. We can leave the moon. We can touch down on the moon. We can touch down on Mars. We have sent probes to Europa and
out of the solar system.
Yeah, basically one out of
We
the
only have one.
So my always thing is like, hey, if you want aliens to solve the Fermi paradox for us, man, we need to start solving it for others. As in, we need to get our butts out there.
And we've only been monitoring the radio waves for 100 years, basically.
But let me tell you something, Ricardo, work through me here. First of all, I would love to know. I think my strangest things are about consciousness. However, I think I'm very grounded in materialistic empiricism.
It's something crazy.
Thank you. And however, I would also say, besides me liking Stranger Things, I would say that if and I try to bring this up, okay? You come to a village. You don't know anyone in the village. And they come to you and they're like, oh my goddess, Ricardo, we have figured out a way to undo all of the bad deeds, not only that you have ever done, or that you have ever done in the past, but will ever do in the future. And you go, oh my God, okay, roll me into this. And they start to say, well, look, we have Bob. And you see Bob is a nice guy. Like, super
He's a rabbi,
sweet.
a super
And
nice rabbi.
We have him tied up. And we are going to murder Bob. And you see, once we murder Bob, he's going to get rid of all of your bad deeds, both past and present. And you go, holy, yo, this is insanity. That makes no sense. This is evil. This is ritualistic human sacrifice. And they laugh and they go, you need to understand. Bob looks like a human. I get why you would think that. You need to understand something. Bob is actually the son of our God. Not only is he the son of our God, but he is a nice guy. Not just a nice guy, the nicest guy that you have ever met or ever will meet.
Not only is he the son of God, but he also is God, thus being his own father and his own son.
Are you
and his own
sold?
That's the
grandpa?
only thing that makes.
Yes. Are you sold? Are you ready in? Are you ready to join the village in killing Bob? Or is this a moral thing? And we have an expert on that. I'm going to do a magic trick. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. Here's the
I can answer his question about when language appeared, though. I can have an answer.
Rubik's, hold on 1 second, because we're going to do a magic trick. Can we make a theist appear? Sea Science, are you here?
Muted.
Oh, well, he's been muted for months. Like, absolute months. But we have been trying to get this gentleman, if I could pronoun you so boldly.
This particular
Because
individual.
we know. Well, yes, I guess you don't know. Do you believe in Sasquatch ancestors? No.
Oh, camera off. You got it.
It's off. All it was, atheism is an irrational denial in the face of overwhelming evidence. Newman, Jimmy, do you believe Sasquatch? I have a theory about evolution. Do you believe in Sasquatch ancestors? And there's our magic trick, ladies and gentlemen. It was...
But Ricardo, we're not claiming to be experts. What we're trying to do is take what the experts say and put it into terms that can be digested by our audience. We're not biologists. We don't have any of those credentials. So
I'm a biological
but we're not looking at
anthropologist.
what. There you go. But we're not telling them what. We're not telling them that they don't know anything about their field, that they're idiots, they're all wrong. And we know more than them because we have an old book that says different. So therefore, they actually don't know what they're talking about. But these goat herders in the Iron Age, Bronze Age, they actually knew more. That's what you're saying. And you're happy to go with that if you want. But that's not where we're going. Yeah, we can talk about the Trinity ad infinitum, Ricardo. We could talk. I could explain the Trinity to you very well. But you said before about languages, but I can tell you definitely where language did not begin, and it did not begin with a stupid fucking tower in Babel that never was built. That story makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, and it is the epitome of stupidity that you'll get from the Bible. It
also rhymes,
completely
so you know
insane.
It's true.
And I have an answer for when the language could have first appeared.
Absolutely.
So there's a bone that's right in here called the hyoid bone. Hyoid. And that bone is what allows us to speak. And that appeared in the first hominin was Homo heidelbergensis, about 600,000 to 200,000 years ago.
The first Homo.
Yeah. So with Homo heidelbergensis, it's hard to words are hard. Homo heidelbergensis was the first one.
You should watch me try to read the Bible.
What?
Said you should watch me try to read the Bible. I never know. Sometimes I'm trolling the Bible. Sometimes the Bible's trolling me.
I have two different. I have this as well, which is very interesting because it translates things differently.
I mean, just think about it for a second. This stupidity of this Tower of Babel is just mind-numbingly stupid. Like, you've got these people, they're building a tower to get to heaven. How how tall could this building possibly have been? Maybe 100 feet. Being generous at the time, maybe 150 feet tall. And yet somehow this was like a threat to God. Like, holy crap, they are building a tower. They're going to be up here soon. So that caused God
it was like a
to go
super
down
big tower
and take drastic action, confounding the languages to stymie production on this thing. But yet, when
no takes backs,
buildings,
no takes backs.
When we built things that are much higher, God didn't seem threatened that we build buildings many times higher. God didn't seem threatened when we invented airplanes that fly through the sky. There was no threat to him. When we went to space, did God have to say, "Oh my God, they're going into space. What are we going to do?" And then when we went to the moon, we went up there, but we didn't see any evidence of God. We still doesn't seem to be anywhere. We built the Hubble telescope and the James Webb telescope, and we could look billions of light years away, and you know what? Still no God.
Wait,
but yet thousands of years ago, he was very concerned about this fucking tower. It makes absolutely no sense.
And not concerned about any of the towers in other countries, just the one in the Middle East.
But Ricardo, can I ask, is the planet more spherical or more pizza?
It's actually a donut.
Oh,
they were not building a building into outer space. The whole story is made up, Ricardo. It's just the thing, because how did this happen? Okay, so the people are writing the Bible and they're like, well, they realized that, oh, hey, everybody got off this ark at the same time. So it was based on one family, but yet why does everybody speak all these different languages? How did that happen? So they made up a story. There you go.
Carefully.
There you go. God did it. He confounded the language because people were building a tower, which the story only makes sense. Makes sense to a culture where no human being had ever been more than 100, 150 feet off the ground, because to them, the clouds might as well have been Jupiter or the Andromeda Galaxy, because they had no concept of anything.
Well, if you actually want to know where it comes from, the Tower of Babel, it comes from the Great Ziggurat of Ur. When it was actually being built, it was built at the fall of the Sumerian Empire. So they would have actually lost the ability to communicate in cuneiform. There were many tablets using cuneiform within the ziggurat itself, and it was actually used as an educational center. When the empire fell and people was more interested in survival than reading and writing, they lost the ability to actually go back and go through those stories again. So only oral legends were passed down. And then when they went back, when they reformed another empire in the area, Babylon, they had no idea what they said because it was basically gibberish to them.
If God is decillions of light years away, he wouldn't have been able to appear to anybody on Earth, especially if it was 6,000 years old.
Yeah, that's many, many times greater than the size of the universe. Yeah. But okay, if he wanted to hide that far away, I guess he could, but what's the point? Why go through such trouble to hide yourself? But what you said before is, let's see, difference between science fiction novel and historical narrative. Are you saying like the Tower of Babel's not literally true, but it's in there? But you just got done basically saying that, well, you can take these obscure dates and ages in Genesis, like Bishop Usher did, and you can date the creation of the world with that. But then you're saying, oh, well, I mean, of course, the Tower of Babel, since that makes a claim that can be falsified, and well, it has been falsified, so that didn't happen. But these ages and genealogies and dates, we can rely on that.
The Tower of Babel doesn't make sense.
I think so, X-Music.
Like, there is nothing about a bunch of people falling backwards from a tower being destroyed that would scramble the language. Like, what is the sense? Like, oh my God,
head trauma.
I can't speak that. Like, they all had instant head trauma, and they all just spoke other languages.
There's actually it's very rare, but there's traumatic brain injuries where the people wake up speaking a language they've never spoken before.
Oh, sure, but would
So
that
everybody has
happen?
it all at once.
Everyone. Okay, that just doesn't make sense.
I mean,
so
what if there's another Big
possible?
Bang happening?
Doesn't seem like
That's like the eternal inflation theory. That may be the case, but you know what? We're just in the infancy of the scientific era because we've only been able to actually do real science for a couple hundred years because, before that, if your scientific findings contradicted a literal interpretation of the Bible, you would probably find yourself killed. Only since we told the fundamentalists, okay, you can't kill people just for contradicting the Bible, and we've been able to look at the natural world, and guess what we found? As soon as we started looking at the natural world, we found that things just aren't adding up with this Bible. This global flood sure does not look like it actually happened. None of this shit seems to add up.
I've even spoken with the rabbis, and they don't. And this particular rabbi, a lot of the Torah is not the Tanakh. So
Allegorical?
the entire body of works is
Old Testament.
metaphor, and the Jewish interpretation.
Oh well,
Well,
that's
I mean,
why
clearly most of the events didn't happen, at least through about half the Old Testament.
And even
There-
Definitely
even
the
Jewish
Pentateuch.
rabbis will admit that
But
it's
there's
metaphor.
a reason
yeah.
why I love, as much as I am an ex-Jew, I consider Jews the path forward. I think that is the way
I
to go.
agree.
Half of them don't believe the Torah. They just want to celebrate the holidays. Secular Jews are the biggest denomination in America, and it's like a big split in Israel, at least 30 to 40, up to depending how you put it, like an even split in Israel. And so
And I really find there's there's like a quote attributed to Holocaust survivors: "If God exists, He has to answer to me
Yeah.
for letting
Oh,
this
yeah.
happen to me
absolutely, and so
and all these other millions and millions of people."
ancient
So,
Greeks and-
I don't know if Ricardo is aware, but Christianity wasn't around at that time, and it had not yet became the power center of Europe. So yeah, the ancient Greeks, they did a lot of stuff, but what we're saying is once Christianity took over, it retarded that development. They said you cannot engage in science that is going to contradict the Bible.
The ancient
And
Greeks
that stood
also
for-
thought if you took basically a pillow and put it up someone's hoo-ha, it'll help them get pregnant.
Oh, right.
They thought that.
I also want to say
alchemy.
The humors.
There was also a
blood
common
bottles.
practice that went the Inquisition. Let's begin the Oh my goddess. Sending so much love to Command Cyborg. Thank you so very much for becoming
Thanks
a
for
member.
becoming a member, Command
Woo-hoo.
Cyborg.
Welcome on board. I always say the girl deck. And welcome on board the Skeptic and Ranting members. And I already see the lovely use of
Woohoo.
one of those emojis. I keep on saying we already have one more, and we should get. If you have good ideas for emojis, keep on tagging us, so we can make more of them.
Ricardo,
I have an idea
you'd
for
have
one.
to give me specific
Right.
examples. I think we all at times say stupid things, but I mean,
It's a you've seen Pan's
ability to-
Labyrinth, I assume.
Yeah.
Correct?
Say that again.
You've seen Pan's Labyrinth?
Yes.
Jesus like this. With the
Oh
whole-
no! This is just how I cure leprosy.
well, yeah, the Patreons, they don't get the emojis. We're
Oh.
coming up with new perks for them so that they both
Yes,
get a
in
little
fact,
something.
what we're going to be doing, because what's happened is that the voice shout outs have swelled. So we're going to have, I think, different tiers. We're going to have like the major prop shout outs. We're going to have shout outs, and then we are going to have our Patreon ticker on the bottom, and you're not going to be able to get that as a channel member. And so
They're in the description, right? The channel members.
I'm trying to think where this is from. Oh, it's like Pokemon Red and Blue, okay? Or this. I'm also dating myself right now. Whatever new version they have right now. if you want
Diamond and
both,
Pearl actually are the new ones he makes.
woo, gold, silver, whatever version of capitalism Pokemon's on right.
But
There's some coming out
Thank you,
next month
guys.
though, a new one.
Really?
But I mean,
Yeah,
Ooh. I've been
Scarlet
playing.
and Violet.
The best thing you can play, shout out, but this is how much of a nerd I am. But you can play. You should be playing Pocket Mortys, ladies and gentlemen.
there you go.
So that you can collect your Mortys. It's not loading fast enough, but there, guess. Da 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 da. Where it's exactly like Pokemon, basically exactly like Pokemon. Oh no, I'm about to have to face off. Morty versus Morty.
I remember a time
for
before
free, though.
Pokemon.
What's that?
I remember the
a
time before Pokemon.
So do I. It just depends. I'm trying to remember. Pokemon was definitely hot when I was the.
I was the target audience, target age group when it became popular in the U.S.
First came out.
Really? So you're about as old as I am, because I had my that fat chunky Game Boy, and then I upgraded to an. I eventually got that ice blue light.
PSP.
Yeah,
I had the
original
Game Boy Pocket.
Oh, see, there you go.
Hand me down from my brother.
See, but that's still a good version. Let me tell you.
Ricardo, I wasn't saying that there were no scientific discoveries until a couple hundred years ago, but I think if you look at the development we've made since the Enlightenment, I think you're going to find that it has been in orders of magnitude greater than what happened before. It's not that people are dumb or that people in the ancient world were just incapable of doing science. It's the fact that they were, in many cases, prevented from. They were even retarded from doing science because of religious considerations. You don't want to go asking too many questions. Yeah, Galileo was condemned by censured by the Inquisition.
Put on house arrest.
Yeah, he was censored by the Inquisition for
daring to say the Earth is in the center of everything.
Yeah, contradicting biblical cosmology. And guess what? We found out the biblical view is not right, but it's okay. You just retcon it, say, it's not literally meant to be scientific. It's just a metaphor. It's just whatever.
And even go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, even the events that are historically based, of course they're going to be writing about things that happened. You know, there are like some things that you can point to, and like this is like Jericho's a real city. Of course they're going to write about things.
But they wrote about Egypt. Doesn't that mean the Bible's real? Egypt's a real place.
It's funny that the Egyptians, they took really good records. They don't mention enslaving an entire group of people in the records.
And, you seem to like the Greeks, and they did have a lot of great philosophers, and in many ways they were doing.
They also have good food
at their time.
What?
And they're very gay.
But you know what the Greeks? They are. But you know what they didn't have? You know what? What did the Greeks not have any of? Oh, they didn't have any of the Abrahamic religions. They had their own pagan beliefs, and which actually, does that make sense? If one family got off a boat, they all worshiped Yahweh, and then literally almost immediately, the first thing they did when they relocated was to invent completely new religions, totally unrelated to Judaism or any type of proto-Judaism. These people got off a boat after God flooded the world. They have undeniable proof that he's real, undeniable proof that he will not hesitate to exterminate millions of people on a whim if they piss him off. So, of course, naturally, Ricardo, the first thing you would want to do would be to invent new religious systems, because what could go wrong with that? Honestly, what could go wrong with that?
But on that, actually, okay. It's the last thing James W. is going to answer. And then we're going into outros. James W., the only thing that Christianity is going for it is the extent that it has incorporated Greek philosophy.
That's true. And if you look at the Catholic Church being like the oldest church, and they've always stressed education of their priests. They go to formal seminary. They are educated in philosophy, logic, things like that. Which actually, in a way, like the modern American Protestantism has moved so far away from that. They'll ordain just about anybody.
It also reminds me that
yeah.
like all of the great so-called Christian philosophers
Thomas
just
Aquinas, people like that.
Thomas Aquinas is very Aristotelian, and there's probably a reason for that. Is that they, standing on the shoulder of giants, and then when you lean into the miracles, it just doesn't sound so intellectual anymore. But I couldn't agree more, James Wolfe.
You were not at Sodom and Gomorrah. That never happened. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
I'm sorry.
You were at the same day spot as me? Oh, fantastic. But with that, we are moving into our outros. It's been great.
Go to Israel, float in the
Ricardo,
Dead Sea, knock yourself out.
Michael.
But it's fairy tales.
See Science. You can continue to come on. We're hoping you get a mic one day. We're hoping all of our theists have a good time because we have been having fun. He was like half a camera. That was the tease. Well, my thing is that it's all about the viewers, and he got camera shy again. It is really all about, or very specifically the listeners, especially when they're on the. I think you are. Oh, we got Ken Hoveny at the very end. It's that language. Well, I just like that we're taking pot shots at fairy tales. That's something we can all agree with. And with that,
Says the man
we
who
are moving
thinks to an Iron Age, Bronze Age book of fairy tales.
Rubik's, you were the last or most recent of all to join us. So we are going to start us off. We are moving into our Skeptic Bible Study outro. Woohoo! Thank you so very much for being with us as we have been Skeptic Bible studying. Yes, and this has been a very important topic. This has been Charlton Heston's death. However, even though we say goodbye to Moses, we had a lot of good theological and scientific back and forth. Hope you had a good time. What you got going on in the internetosphere, and what are your final thoughts?
I don't really have much to say, but so I thought about what humans really are, and pretty much all animals. Every thought we've had, everything we are is our brains. Our brains are inside our skull. So we're a mech piloted by our brains made out of flesh and bone. Think about it. That's really all I have to say.
And
thanks,
I don't know if
Good
you
knew back on.
this, Rubik's. This is, I don't want to scare you, but it is close to Halloween. But did you know at this very moment there is a skeleton in your room?
Yeah. Actually, I used to have a little literal skeleton, but.
Dun, dun. Oh, you're telling me there's two? Oh my God, run!
There used to be. It was a mod.
Got you. Okay.
One is just covered in flesh.
I walked into the basement of the anthropology building, and someone handed me a humorous saying, "Hold this."
I do
and
find that very
the only
humorous.
one that happened to, and it was a real humorous. It was cool. It was somebody's arm.
We had one in our high school biology. It was an actual skeleton of a dead body. Somebody who sold their body.
I just wanted the basement, like, here, hold this.
I also just want to point out, and thank you so very much, Rubrics. It was an honor having you on.
Thanks.
I just want to point out, I don't want to we can't have to read the whole statement, but I read that because the devil went down to Israel. He was looking for a soul to steal. I just saw that from that one comment down there.
Play that fiddle hard. I mean, I'm sure people could go to Israel and they can have very, if you believe it's all true, you could probably have some very spiritual experiences, and it might feel real to you, but Hey, that's
We can all do DMT, is what you're trying to say.
I mean, they've
Yeah,
replicated spiritual experiences in a lab, so.
I agree that the brain helmet or whatever, you can do the thing. All sorts of things, actually.
you can induce states with music, sound, lights. It can all induce.
I've had
different
spiritual
mental
experience too, just never not on psilocybin. But it's been a good time.
Always is.
I bet some of your time spent being downward dog probably felt spiritual.
Oh my! Well, excuse me for getting in contact with Jesus, but Beamsy, we have been Skeptic Bible studying. It's been Charlton Heston's death. He finally got the
party.
due respect. Exactly.
A retirement
but
party.
We hope you had a good time, along with all theological and scientific back and forth. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
I'm glad you finally finished the second attempt at his life story, because that's why it's called Deuteronomy. And the biggest issue which you can foresee when you're talking to a lot of people who are skeptical but still theistic, talking in scientific fields is very, very complex. Trying to simplify it so the layman understands takes a lot of explaining. That can be shown in the lack of communication, as you would have seen by Clockwork earlier, where he was saying that blue eyes are a fault. That's not exactly true. To
It's
actually
not worded
describe it
the most eloquently.
It's correct in the scientific terms, in the same way that the Big Bang came from nothing. Not entirely accurate, because when you hear certain words, you have a colloquial analogy that goes with those words. Like if I hold my hand out,
quantum vacuum tunneling and stuff like that most people don't understand, but it's still not nothing, right?
It's not the aspect of not understanding. It's because of the colloquial analogy that goes with those particular words. That's the first thing that will pop into their mind. And the easiest explanation is usually the one that people take. They don't actually look at the ones that can actually be explained.
Can I give an example, Beamsy, and tell me if I'm wrong in both of these? But both the theory of everything is one that generally has to be tied apart, because it really seems to do with tying together both general relativity and quantum mechanics, and not a theory of everything. And then a more amped one would be the dual split experiments, in which all I get all day is, look, it says that, and thus you need to have consciousness to have anything.
The problem with consciousness is that is more of a soft science, not a hard science. When you're starting to talk about evidence, they are hard sciences. When you talk about soft sciences, they're usually involved with the way that you think and feel, and they're very open to the brain in the jar analogies.
The meat-piloted mech.
Yeah, the brain in the jar analogies.
Amy likes the hard science.
Oh my.
Like my field of geology is a hard science. We rely on information that is gathered. Hey, I'll rock your world if you really want to get into it.
Those ice cores are good for.
You just made a geology pun.
He did.
I did it a lot.
Geology jokes. There you go.
Geology
he
rocks.
Could do stand up, like a geology stand up routine. Go city to city.
It would be so much better than anything that Ken Hovind. So
that's not my wife. That's a picture of her. Well, it's not my wife anymore. Actually, that is 4 wives back. The XXXXX Miss Hovind.
Well, I've got an iron dendrite if you'd really want that, and then you can really call me Daddy.
Oh my!
It's called Coming Tonight.
I'm pretty sure that's in my browser history. But Beamsy, it was lovely having you on as always.
This is not a squirrel's penis, just a picture of it.
Once again, never a Kent Hovind debate unless you're talking about another animal's genitals. We have basically filled our creationist, what is it called? When you're trying to fill out a board. My brain is going blank.
Bingo?
Bingo! Thank you. Somehow that both triggered the sound effect and that. So thank you. But Beebsy.
Well, Amy, tonight we're going to talk about raccoon sex. And then maybe tomorrow we can talk about how kangaroos have sex. And I prepared these short 4-hour videos, each one with just numerous examples of it. Yeah. Anyway.
Oh my, no, I feel like that's what is on Kent Hovind's mind. It goes between that and Matt Powell. However, Gizmo and James, we have been Skeptic Bible studying on Charlton Heston's death. The man with the plan, the guy we have spoken, I think, more about only other than Yahweh in this book is Moses. And so this is his
been
death.
there since the beginning of Exodus. Everybody before that, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, that's all wrapped up in Genesis. But this is Moses guy that they've been running with him. But
aren't the first books attributed to him? So of course he's gonna make it all about him.
Yeah, the Pentateuch, the first 5 books. It feels good to be putting that on the shelf, but we will rest assured we will continue on with our great work. We'll continue our scholarly analysis of the Bible. It's coming up. Don't worry. We'll get to it. Then we'll get to the Quran, Book of Mormon. They're all on the list. Maybe eventually the Vedas, if we're still alive at that time.
And here we can see the Vedas. Also, that's just Jesse Lee Peterson trying to talk to his boy toys and say, here comes the betas. But yes.
All right, guys, have a great night. And tomorrow, Amy will be modding on Modern Day Debate, a Quranist debate. So check that out if you want to see Amy Newman. But thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
And thank you, Gizmo, for doing all that you do, as well as looking
adorable.
He
does so much.
Tell your cat for me.
Exactly. Universal, I'm fairly sure, just like Hello World for programmers is the universal for cats.
His response was to dig his nails deeper into my arm. So
funny enough, depending on what language you speak, it's a different noise.
Really?
Yes. Also, sneezing is actually based on your language, the sound you make when you sneeze.
Sneezing?
My music teacher told me that the reason that a lot of accents are lost are because it's the Romance languages. That's why people that don't have accents in Romance languages, you still have the accent. That
everybody has an accent.
I have a northeastern accent, very specifically.
What's that? There's one language that is based on whistling. That's like entirely.
Oh yeah, there's actually a couple of those, but yes, I know the one you're talking about. I think it's in Bulgaria or Hungary, where it's all up in the mountains.
Yeah, and they would communicate with each other over very long distances. So
yeah, there's actually a couple languages like that are based on that.
There are more than one. Okay.
Not many. They're dying because of cell phones.
What?
There you go.
Yeah, the languages are dying because you can say the same thing with a cell phone. And
you have to whistle. You're at the whistle to somebody a half a mile away from you to have a conversation.
Text someone halfway across the world.
Now they could do something on Twitter, and I'm going to keep on saying it. No one has ever said that something bad happened on Twitter. Anyway, we hope you all had a fun time on this episode of Skeptic Bible Study. Charlton Heston's death. No! It happened. Had to happen eventually. Where tonight Moses blessed the Israelites and then climbed to the mountain of Nebo, a totally real place, where God showed him the promised land and where he was to die. And at least that wasn't a clickbait, right? We did have, we ordered one dead prophet, and we got one dead prophet. So
Looks nice, right?
There we go.
Milk and honey, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Milk
yeah.
and honey. Enjoy it.
Take a good look at it. Take a good look at it, boys.
Because you ain't going to get there.
Yeah. This
Doesn't
is
that
your
look great?
reward for serving me. I am such a grateful God.
Doesn't the Promised Land look good? Isn't it wonderful? Okay, that's great. That's great. No, enjoy it. Come on, here we go. All right. And but where God, yeah, he showed him Promised Land, where to die, and James W. and myself, Amy Newman, as we opened a casket funeral of fun with the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 33 and 34. In fact, we put the book of Deuteronomy back up on the shelf. We are done in the sun.
The shelf.
However,
forgery, frauds, because it was a blatant
just so much pearls in front of swine, James. We just keep on. However, I do want to thank my co-host, James W., along with our guests, Beamsy, ding, Michael, ding, Clockwork, ding, and Rubik's, ding. No, I hear it. I hear the dings. Am I sleeping? Along with our, I'm sending love to Peter, along with our awesome mods who make this stream so great. Beta, did you know that you could actually, a woman puts her mouth down? Amazing. The lovely people in chat and viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow. If you're out there on Twitch, we're almost at 100. We just hit 75. Woohoo!
Again, thanks, Beamsy, for
That's right. Thanks for Beamsy. Thanks for I saw Kill Doggy out in there, and I saw a whole bunch of fun people.
Regos became a member.
Regos became a member. Thank you so very much. And also saying hi to Daza Bildovoturn, whoever that new person is. Well, that is actually starting to make a lot more sense to me than anything else. But welcome.
Why do you think they call them the High Priest?
Well, welcome on board.
Amy can be
Great
the
to have
High
you.
Priestess.
Oh my, the most High Priestess.
The most high.
And also welcome. We cannot send a fantastic love to Commander Cyborg out there for becoming a new member. Thank you so very much.
And completely deistic for the $10
and for all the exactly completely deistic for that super chat. You do or hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? Hey, you could also leave a super thanks after the video, and we'll leave a thanks on the next episode as thanks right back.
Hashtag 9 inches for you.
Sometimes you're a size queen. But if you would also like to have even more fun, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord will be opening for the after show, the link of which is on all of our YouTube link descriptions. I need to figure out how to get it there somewhere in Twitch.
You thought the cat was
in fact, I can
no, he's a flesh and blood.
He's an adorable
flesh and blood cat.
There's the Discord as well.
There you go, Reservoir Core.
The link of which is in the description below, as well as all of our fantastic channel members and our Patreons. Our next stream going to be on screen as well. Finally, if you'd like to help us make even more fun content, you can join that Patreon by finding us at patreon.com/AV Newman. Ooh, look at that. I am AV Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Mwah.
Oh, he is.